Okay. See? Minimize. Hi. Let me get the just chatting for the vertical side. If it could cooperate. There we go. Now we got both sides. Let me get the chat up. How you guys doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So yeah, I had to take a minute before I came back. We were supposed to go live yesterday, but then I was like, I like stuff happened and I just had to be like, okay, I guess we're not going live today. I had to make I was like, I really wanted to go live yesterday, but I just couldn't. But that's okay. Sometimes that happens and it'll happen. How's your Nightmare Before Christmas watch? This week's it's just been busy. I missed the last watch. You know, I did 2/3, but this year I haven't done the last third. You know, I'll probably get to the last third. It just won't be in real time, which is sad. I kind of wanted to watch it. I got so busy. I had a lot of work to do and a lot to catch up on and work to do for like gig work, and I had to get stuff done that were like to set up for the holiday and everything, and I just, you know, I had to just like, I just didn't have time for it. I just was like, oh my gosh, it was bad. But I did watch a Christmas movie I don't usually watch. I watched Muppets Christmas, which I watched that one on Christmas. We didn't end up watching the parade this year. We usually watch the parade. It's just too much. A lot of stuff was going on Christmas that we were like, okay, maybe not. You know, we had a lot. We had to like get a lot of stuff done, and I just had to give up on that. I was just like, oh my gosh, it was a lot. But I digress. We're here. As you can see, this is my holiday outfit. As you can see, we have a little bow on the top, on the back of my head. So my hair's tied up in a bow, which is super cute. Like, you guys don't see it, but it's adorable. Like, the bow that I have on my head. I was like, oh my gosh, it's adorable. And it was added in the new OBS update. And not OBS, brain. Vroid update. Vroid's been getting good at adding new hair and new items. I'm happy about that. I'm like, Vroid's finally. I watched Avatar Fire and Ash, and it was an experience. Yeah, for me, I think I've said this before. I'm not against James Cameron at all. I think what he's done is kind of paved the way of what I do a little bit, but Avatar's not my franchise. You know what I mean? Like, I don't hate Avatar, but it's not the one I gravitate to, if you get what I mean. It's not a movie that I gravitate to naturally. It's like, okay, I like it, but it's not the one I'm like actively searching for. Like, I'm not actively seeking Avatar. It's not my big like, oh yes, I really want to see it, you know? Like, I will so it's not my movie per se. The first movie I kind of felt was Pocahontas, but with aliens. Like, that's what I felt about the first movie. It was basically Pocahontas, but add extra steps, and I was like, not that it was bad, but I was like, it's not. I don't hate it, but it's not my favorite thing. You know what I mean? Like, the story's fine. Don't get me wrong. The story's fine. Like, it's not amazing, noteworthy writing, but it's like, it's fine. It's just, it's not my movie. Mine neither, but I think it's something to watch with friends and family. Yeah, but considering I don't get to go to movie theaters because I can't afford it, I don't see the point. If it, like, unless I absolutely love the franchise. I love the franchise and I absolutely, like, have money to spend. Like, that's why I went to see FNAF, because I really like Blumhouse's work. So because I like Blumhouse's work and I also like Five Nights at Freddy's, those intersected at the right time where my friends were offering, and I went. You know, I had to deal with the financial repercussions of going, but I did. I did go. And I had fun. I absolutely had fun. And I enjoyed it. You know, it was really fun. But that's the thing. A lot of things have to line up in order for me to go to the movies nowadays, or to go anywhere nowadays, because it's just too much money to go places. Like, there's no place where you can go legitimately anymore and it be, like, inexpensive. Like, there's no, like, everything I go to is, like, about, like, I have to pay at least $30, $40 for everything. And $30, $40 might not sound like a lot to somebody, but to me, like, that's a lot of money. And for every interaction, for it to be, like, at least $30, $40 is, like, a lot. FNAF was, like, $45. $45 for me to go and see FNAF. So, like I said, unless I really care about what's going on, I don't go. The only big franchise I love to death is Final Fantasy. I never really got into fantasy. I don't understand the hype. Like, if you love it, great. Don't understand the hype. I really don't understand the hype of Final Fantasy. It is not my thing. But I digress. You know, it is what it is. You know, there's some franchises I'm just not gonna understand why they're good. You know, and I'm not gonna go and be mad at you or to roast you if, like, you love that. You know, I'm not gonna do that because, like, you know, you would roast me if I spoke up about, like, Apothecary Diaries, which I am so happy that I got the news over, like, over the holiday. They opened an Apothecary Diaries section of the Universal Japan, and I was like, oh my gosh, if I could have enough money, or if one of these days Universal sponsors me, the first thing I'm gonna ask is fly me to Universal Japan, because I want to go and see Mao Mao and Jinshi in their fan interactions. I don't even care if it's, like, two Japanese people in costume. I don't care. Let me have it. I want to, you know, pretend for a moment I'm just in the world of, you know, Apothecary Diaries. Take me to a collab cafe, too. If I could get a collab cafe of Apothecary Diaries. I've been to a bunch of collab cafes. I've been to the Naruto one. I've been to the One Piece one. I've been to the, there was another one, I forgot the name of it, but I've been to a lot of collab cafes. But, like, I really would love to go to an Apothecary Diaries one. It's one of those where it makes so much sense, kind of like how Dungeon Meshi makes so much sense as a collab cafe. Oh, thank you for liking the live, Scriggly. Thank you. I haven't seen you in a minute, but also I haven't streamed on TikTok. I wanted to make sure you guys on TikTok got to see the holiday stream, so I was like, I am not going to go. I'm gonna skip a live just so that way you guys got the holiday stream, because I was like, oh my gosh, like, if I like went live one day early. Do you believe in Egyptian gods? Silly question. I've read the mythology, and in school, oh, thank you for liking the live, River. Thank you. I had to study hieroglyphics. I actually had to learn ancient hieroglyphics in order to study the mathematics for ancient mathematics for the Egyptians. So it's not that I don't believe in the gods. It's that for me, I'm like, I'm someone that believes in multiple universes, like the theory of multiple universes, of why would you like say that something doesn't exist if like why would you like go and like pretend that something may or may not exist when it could actually exist and you might not know? So I go off the belief that it could exist, but it also could not, and we just don't know. That's how I go off of it, and it's a safe way to do it. I've studied all I went in when I was bored in middle school. I decided to study all of theology, because I was like, you know what, I want to study all of theology. I want to see what everybody's got going on. You know, I studied all of it, and so I studied hieroglyphics. I studied ancient African religion. I studied a bit of different Arabian religions that were like micro religions that then culminated later on into the Islamic faith. A lot of things got from pagans got moved into Christianity or got moved into other religions. I studied ancient Celtic and stuff like that. Ancient I studied different things. I studied from Japanese Shintoism, Buddhism, Confucianism. I studied everything because I'm a writer. So because I'm a writer, I always like researching. I follow one quote that that I've been following from the author of The Handmaid's Tale. Is a note of a good writer is one that studies in detail and researches things, because things don't come out of thin air. Things happen in the past, and the more of the past that you bring in, the more the future is told. So I study that. I study relentlessly, and that's why The Handmaid's Tale is such a really good writing, because writing is the author studied really, really intently on like global politics and global procedures and things that and different laws and restrictions and stuff like that, and that's why it feels so futuristic even though it's not. I've been working on trying to learn hieroglyphics. It's difficult, but I tell you, once you get it down a bit, like once you get an understanding of like the majority of the mass symbolage, like the pictograms, once you figure a lot of them, they start to meld together and they start making a little bit more sense. We had to, like I said, we had to study it in order to study mathematics. So we learned how to do that. What is their concept of mathematics? Like the Egyptians didn't have a concept of zero, but they had the concept of nothing. So the concept of zero wasn't around till the Arabic, Cyrillic. I'm pronouncing it wrong. Cyrillic. The Arabic Cyrillic numeral system came about. I know it's a couple days late, but I hope you and everyone had a very Merry Christmas. I hope you had a wonderful Christmas or whatever holiday, you know, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa. There's also the Arabic Festival of Lights that's going on right now. There's a lot of holidays that happen during this time. I've been studying Egyptian mythology, and I think I'm annoying my friends with random facts. Trust me, Egyptian mythology is very, very cool. I studied it because Egyptian mythology has some things that kind of is very similar to Aztec mythology. There are very similar coincidences in Egyptian and Aztec mythology. You should really check it out. There are very different gods, obviously, but similar things you'll notice in how their afterlife stories are told. Like how the afterlife stories are told are very similar, and it's super interesting. I found that very interesting when I researched it. when I researched Aztec in Inca. What the? Has been suspended? Wait, what? Wait, what just happened? Wait, did we lose the... Wait, did we... We just lost the TikTok side. I think we lost the TikTok side. Oh my gosh, we lost the TikTok side. Wow, TikTok, you go and, like, I do a live, and you're just like, oh yeah, like, what did I violate? And the funny thing is that every single time I go live with TikTok, they're like always, for some reason, like, are like, oh yeah, like, you violated terms, but I'm not gonna tell you how. I'm not gonna tell you what you violated or what was the reason you violated it. Like, explain, TikTok? Is there a reason what did I violate? What did I violate, TikTok? Jeez. Well, sadly, we lost the TikTok audience. That sucks. You know, that sucks. This is why I don't like dealing with TikTok. Because, like, as you can see, for some reason, it just always gets suspended. And I'm like, why? And then they don't explain. They don't explain. And it's just annoying. It's absolutely annoying. I guess. Well, there goes TikTok. Unfortunately. And it's probably going to be like, oh, there's nothing wrong. You didn't violate any community guidelines when I go check. Watch, let me check right now. Watch, I'm going to have Bo TikTok's face for like a second. I want to see. I legitimately want to see. What exactly is it going to say I did? What did it say? What is it going to say I did? Because I want to know. I actually want to know. What did I do? What community guideline did I violate? TikTok. What community guideline did I violate, supposedly? Live recordings fan. What did I violate? I'm gonna check on my account. Like, I'm just like, why? Yeah, it literally says is that your account has no issues or violations. Like, seriously? It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Like, I'm legitimately like, what reason? This is like this is literally shows that it's not a good app. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it shows that this is not a good app. Because, like, I can't come up, like, I'd understand if I said something really wrong, right? I said something really wrong, right? I completely understand if that was the case. But for some reason, they're like, yeah, let's go and let's get rid of the TikTok audience. They clearly can't handle a girl that is just chatting in a cartoon character, as a cartoon character. Like, I don't even advertise myself as like, oh yeah, I'm like, what did I say that was wrong? I didn't even like use profanity in that section. You know, whatever. I don't care. At this point, this is why I tell people on TikTok, just move over to YouTube or like Twitch, because what's the point? If like every single time, like I go on, like TikTok is just the worst. It's only good for posting videos. It's only good. But yeah, today's coffee, I got Cuban coffee. We've been pounding back that like conquito though. Like we've been having fun with the conquito that my mom made. But it's just been it's been hard, you know. Like I was not doing good mentally for like till like yesterday. I was a little more fine. Like I think my body is like getting used to the fact that I don't have stress. Like, because I mentioned this before, like when I told you guys that at the premiere, after I finished the premiere, that my body, for some reason, it's like I will know something's done, but my brain and my body will feel stressed, right? They will still feel stressed, but I won't. But I know there's nothing wrong, right? I know there's nothing wrong. It's finished and it's done, and then it takes my body like a couple of days to a week or two to like finally catch up and be like, actually, there was nothing wrong, you know. And so right now, like my body is now catching up, because now I'm doing better. I'm feeling better. I'm more productive now. I'm more productive. I got a lot of work done. I got a lot of gig work done. So I'll have some money coming in soon. And have you ever watched SMG4 on YouTube? No, freakinator. I have not. I have not watched that. I don't know what it is. Hey, I love wine. Welcome. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I hope it's something cool, you know. But yeah, now my body has caught up. I think it's right now like actively catching up. I was very productive yesterday. Yes, you're finally free. What happened? What happened? I love wine. Are you finally free of work? Are you finally free of family? Are you finally free of, you know, consumerism? I've lost it. What was it? What was it? I love wine. Let me. It was a passion project from the founder of Glitch Productions. Oh, that's cool. That sounds cool. I personally, I haven't heard of it. Like, I've heard of the Dream SMP, but I haven't heard of that. But you're finally free of family. Yes. Aren't we all? You know, I totally understand it. Like, for me, it's not a bad thing when I visit family, but it's also, like, it's overwhelming. It's always overwhelming. It's, like, a lot going on, right? It's a lot going on, and my family is terribly chaotic. They're always chaotic. It's always crazy. It's not in a bad way, but it's definitely, like, you've got too much going on. So I have too much going on with my siblings. Like, that's part of the reason it's been hard to stream this week, is that I have my siblings that are screaming at the top of their lungs. I have to watch them. My parents are selling a boat in the middle of it. Hey, Gamer Awesome. Yes, it's good to see you guys. Yes, it's good to see you. It's good to see you, Vincent. Yes, and Merry Christmas or Happy Hanukkah or whatever holidays that you celebrate. Yeah, for me, I like the holidays were crazy. I like yesterday was, the game plan was that I was supposed to go live yesterday. That was the game plan. But yesterday did not happen because I got up, I made my coffee, made my food, ate the leftovers from Christmas. And then what happened is that I'm watching, my siblings are running across the house. They're playing with, that's a lot of chaos. Yes. They're playing with, like, kinetic sand. My sister is, like Stranger Things! And is going crazy with her friends about, like, Stranger Things. My parents are in the back, they find out, oh, somebody's coming to buy our boat, and then they find out, like, as they're, like, cleaning up the boat, that, the person that, like, glassed all the boat must have sliced our fuel line, on the boat, so they had to get a new fuel line. So they left the house, so that meant that I was the only one. Hey, Sylvia! Welcome! So the last guy that looked at our boat sliced the fuel line, so they had to leave, replace the fuel line, because the guy that was gonna buy the boat wanted to go and, like, try out the boat the same day. And here's the problem. The guy that was buying the boat, he's a first-time boat owner, which is not good, because a first-time boat owner doesn't know the difference of if you sell something to someone and it's faulty, or if it's actually a feature that you don't know how to use, right? They don't know that. So my dad is going crazy. He's like, oh my gosh, I need to make sure this boat is perfect, because I don't want him to, like, think that the boat is, there's something wrong with the boat, and I'm selling it because there's something wrong with the boat, because there's nothing wrong with the boat. The only reason why he's selling it right now is he wants to get another boat. So he wants to get a different boat. So he, you know, he wants to upgrade. He's always, like, fixing boats and then upgrading. So he's just like, oh, I there's nothing wrong with the boat. It's just, you know, I want to get another one. You know, so basically he's like, oh no, now I got a new problem. Hey, pretty new here, but what are you doing on here? Today we are gonna be playing a horror game. You guys get to choose which game, though, because out of 3, I have 3 choices for you guys, and then you'll get to pick. Right now we're in the just chatting section of this stream. Yes. So we're gonna be doing super good. But how you doing, Sir Crocodile? How you doing? Are we doing great? Are we doing amazing? But yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing. You guys are gonna get to choose between 3 games. The 3 games that we're choosing today are between Beacon Pines, What Remains of Edith Finch, and Dark Memories. Dark Memories, for those of you who don't know, because you probably are more familiar with the other ones, is basically, think of Fears to Fathom, but make it high quality, like high definition, like realism, like real good looking Fears to Fathom, if you get what I mean. And it's in a winter setting. It's in a winter setting for the episode that we would be playing. And so it looks really, really pretty. It looks good. And it's fairly short. It's not like super short, but it's like a Fears to Fathom episode. So it's like roughly an hour, maybe an hour and a half, right? What Remains of Edith Finch is also, if you guys don't know, you know, that one's like soft horror. It's not scary in the sense that it's scary. It's just like a mystery, right? And then for another one, I got a poodle today. Ooh, what's the name of the poodle? And then, are you excited to play as Dylan Faden? I have to play. I'm excited about Control. I really love the Control franchise, but I won't play Control till I do Alan Wake. And Alan Wake, I currently can't afford to buy Alan Wake right now. I own Control, which is the funny part. I own Control, but I would want it. Oh, her name's Maya. Oh, she must be super sweet. Oh my gosh, she must be a super sweet poodle. Is she like white poodle, black poodle, or more of like a mixed color? Are you interested in fighting games besides horror? I'm open to it. Well, show us a picture sometime, Crocodile. Yes, please do. I would love it. You guys know I love pet pictures. I'm open to doing fighting games. The only thing that I'm like wary about is shooting games, because while I have good aim in real life, I do not have good aim because of my poor eyesight in video games. I do not have really good aim. I do plan to remedy it. I plan to get a crosshair detector, so that way it helps me like make the crosshair a little bigger, so then I could visually see. I can visually see what I'm shooting. Because for me, the things, the little dots in games that help you with like seeing where you're pointing, they tend to like not be enough for me. So I need something a little bigger, and a little more like visual, you know what I mean? So I'm open to a fighting game. I'm open to like playing like, there's a crab fighting game that I really like, that I was like, ooh, that would be super cool. Or like playing something super crazy. Let me see. 1-year-old puppy. Oh my gosh, yes, a 1-year-old puppy. Oh my gosh, yes. We love 1-year-old puppies. They're adorable. They're a lot of energy though. They're a lot of energy. But you know what? They're super sweet and they're super cute. And then you're just teaching them and they're wonderful, and you know, they're just awesome. Did I remind you guys that I got another fish tank? I got another fish tank. We haven't put the fish in, but the snails are happy. The snails are right now congregating inside of that new fish tank, and eventually we're gonna add buddies. We're just waiting for the piece of driftwood that we got for the fish tank to finally like lose all the air in the driftwood, because you have to wait for it to like kind of lose all the air inside of it to then go for it to like sink in there. But that's what it is. I see. Well, I got the gameplay that would pique your interest. A new game, freshly out of the kitchen. Well, I'll see it. I only like, I'm open to new games. I actually found out about Dark Memories, the Dark Memories prologue from another another TikTok channel. There's this TikTok channel that they show off like new games or like chill games to play. And I really like it because they're like, oh, this is how long the game is, this is what I rank it, and then this is what tea or like coffee I'd pair with it, which I love that feature of theirs. Hey Chrissy, it's been a year since you've seen me. It's me, Sanji. Nah, it's not been a year, Sanji. It's not been a year, because the last time I saw you, we played Fierce to Fathom. So technically, it hasn't been a year. It's only been since October. So don't worry, Sanji. It hasn't been that long. So it hasn't been that long that you've been away. So yes, Sanji. Would you like to be represented on my body? Is that why you're here? Oh, you guys got each other gifts? Oh my gosh, I love that. I love that for you guys. By the way, for those of you who are wondering what I got for Christmas, I did get stuff for Christmas. And I got a Frankenstein figurine that my parents, I like I told you guys, I told my parents, please don't get me anything. I literally told my parents, I was like, please don't get me anything. I was literally like, save the money and spend it on the younger ones. So I was very honest, but my parents were like, we want to make sure you got stuff. My favorite gift I got, you know what's the funniest part? My parents got this Frankenstein collectible figurine, and I love it. And got me this like Jack and Sally figurine, and got me like a Dremel a Dremel for like my feet, and like got me a lava lamp and all this stuff. You know what was my favorite gift of all the gifts they gave me? You want to know what was the top of my list that of things I did not think I was gonna get, but boy was it funny when I got it. It was a shrimp. You know what it said on the package? It's like the package. The title of this shrimp was Shrimpy, the menstruation crustacean. And that's what my parents gifted me. They gifted me Shrimpy, the menstruation crustacean. And I literally, you know what? It's become my favorite neck pillow. It's accidentally become my favorite, like, streaming neck pillow. Yes, a shrimp. It's my favorite. Oh my gosh. We were, and the funny part is my parents like got this as a last minute thing. They saw it on a shelf as like, she might like that. And like literally, like they didn't even look at the front of it to see that it said menstruation crustacean. They didn't even see that. They didn't even see it, which was actually like absolutely perfect. I was like, oh my gosh, because it's so good. What it does is that kind of like one of those travel neck pillows, it curls in on itself. This is why I say it's really good for as a neck pillow. And so it curls in on itself, so it's a perfect neck pillow because it stays, like all the beads stay in their position, like the way they're supposed to be in. And so, and it stays warm, and it's got a eucalyptus smell, which helps with your sinuses. Hi, Greatest Swordman. Welcome. Welcome. How you doing? Is that a reference to Sword Art Online, or is that a reference to, like, the Straw Hats? I don't know. I don't know which one it's supposed to be. But yeah, so... yeah, that's literally what happened. Mongolian Jingle Bells is so fun. No, the one that's my absolute favorite is any Christmas song that's done, any Indian version of Christmas songs. Those, look them up, you'll be cackling for hours. You'll be cackling if you look up Indian versions of Christmas song. Like after I heard ring-a-ling ding 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 doo, I was just like, oh gosh. I was laughing because the choices that were made in that. We need a mini Zoro and Sanji. Okay, I can make that happen. I can make that happen. You know, but you gotta tell me which one you want. Like I told you. Let me get it. But yeah. Let me see. Let me see. Where is Derby Dish? Do. We're back. I think we're back. I think we're back, you guys. Let me see. I'm hoping we're back. Let me see. Okay, it looks like we're back. There we go. It looks like we're back. We're back. And I saw someone said, I saw you say, Vincent, I'm slaying the chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Vincent. I like the compliment. Oh, man. Hee hee. Yay. Yes, OBS did crash. OBS did, in fact, crash. It absolutely did. I had to restart my computer. Because it was like, it was giving the, I'm refusing to close freeze. So that way I could restart stuff. So, that kind of sucks. So, hey, Necro? Necro? Robin! Robin? Wait, is that the Robin? Yes, it's Robin! Yes, it's been a while. Oh my gosh, it's good to see you, girly. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Nico Ramen. But yeah, oh my gosh. Oh man. Thank you for, by the way, for saying I was slaying in the chat. This outfit was a bit hard to construct, but it was good. It looked amazing. But yeah, let me go and do the thing that you guys were asking before the chat, before the stream decided, you know what, you're not allowed to do the things I want you to do. Yes, it's gonna be seasonal next year. Yes, I think that's better for, like, I agree. It's better for whoever's the animator. I know this is the one you want. So I'm not even gonna ask for this one. But do we want Cutie Zoro? Do we want this Zoro? Do we want this Zoro? Which one do we want? I find the one with the map is adorable, by the way. Look at it. They're so adorable. The one with the map is adorable. Yes, the Zoro with the map. Yes. I find it was so adorable. Like, out of all the other ones, he's just like, he's trying his best. He's trying his best. You know? But yeah. And then I saw Nami in the chat. You guys wanted Nami, I think, as well. So, do we want this Nami? Do we want this Nami? Or do we want this Nami? Let me make this one bigger so you can see them comparably. We have each Nami. That way all of you who are One Piece people can be represented. Yeah, he can't find his home. Yes! Yes! Oh my gosh! Stinklin. Oh my gosh, Stinklin. Yes! Oh, yes, he can't find his home. He can't find his home. Yes. Okay, which Nami do we want? Out of the choices. The first one? Okay. The first Nami. What if Velvet will join in? I don't have Velvet currently. I currently don't have Velvet yet. Like I said, I can't afford right now to add more characters. I can only afford to... Okay, let me add her right here onto this shoulder. There we go. I can't afford to add characters right now. So you guys know that for certain. Because if I can't afford to buy a FNAF game, you guys know I'm in trouble. I want her to join. Eventually, like I said, Velvet requires a commission, like I told you guys before, it's hard. Hey, Feather! I haven't seen you in a minute. How you doing? Let me go and get some of my coffee. Let me get my coffee. Where's my hand? There's the hand. There we go. But yeah. Hey! Yes, Velvet. Welcome, Velvet. Welcome. How we doing? How's the what do you think of the outfit? We got like a bow in the back. Like, this is from the new update from Vroid, by the way. I was so happy the new update came out on Christmas, and I was like, oh, this is so good. And then we have like the nice bodice, you know, the nice pop bodice for like for the Christmas garb. I'm good. Even Luffy can't even swim over 100+ episodes, but he doesn't know how. He doesn't know how to swim. Even 5 years old, he can beat him at swimming. Yeesh. And that outfit slays. Thank you. Yes, yes. It was a lot of work. Yes. Yes, I got the velvet approval. You guys don't know, I do a lot for these outfits. This outfit was a different shade of red, and you see this white that's the white that's on the top of this outfit, right? You see this white, right? And how it looks like a pure white. It's not white, actually. It's absolutely not white. I'm just letting you guys know that it's not white. I made it not white. Like, even though it appears white, it's not white at all. Like, for it to work, like, it's an illusion. So for it to work, I actually had to, the white is actually yellow. So the white is a yellow, and because the rest of my outfit is very, very yellow toned, it looks white in comparison. So it's a Jedi mind trick of an outfit. Luffy can't swim because his devil fruit power. The devil fruit is where the seed turns it back on you. It's not his fault. Okay, I don't know the lore, or I have not watched One Piece. I only know that a lot of you like it, so one day I will. Yes, we are a yappy queen. Yes, we are yappy queen. Yes, I am definitely the yapping queen. But I am a chaotic one, I'll tell you that. I'm always chaotic. I'm a chaotic good, but I'm chaotic nonetheless. For the most part. Let me put my... Okay. I'm putting my shrimp back on. I put my shrimp back around my neck. For those of you who are wondering, if I named the shrimp is named Krusty. I named the shrimp Krusty, which he's actually helping with my sinuses because he actually has tea tree eucalyptus oil. He has eucalyptus in its inside of it has eucalyptus pellets that will help clear out your sinuses and keep your sinuses and your airways open. So it's actually helping right now, believe it or not. So, yeah. But yeah, so that's what's going on. Chaotic like Florence Pugh. Yeah, but Florence is more chaotic neutral. Like, it's wherever the way swings. Like, ideally, for me, it's like, if I'm someone, ideally, I don't want to hurt people. Like, I go and I try to do things that genuinely help people as much as possible. Now, are some of these, like, not exactly great? No. Are they not exactly, you know, in best taste? No. But I try my best. But yeah, so yeah, I named my shrimp Krusty. Krusty the Shrimpy Crustacean. You know. So I named him that, which I'm happy about. I love my little shrimp now. He's my favorite. He's my new favorite. You know, I have a manatee. Like, all of my... This is also another thing. All of my stuffed animals, except for one, are all sea themed. So, all of my stuffed animals. So I have, like, a shrimp. I have a manatee. I have a fish lying around here somewhere. I have a lot of, like, sea theme. Like, stuffed animals. There's only one that defeats the rule, that I love, and it's my little stuffed animal named Kachili. The reason why it's called Kachili is it's a cat, and it's a chili at the same time. Named Kachili. Hey, Chance. So yeah, I have a Kachili at home. So I named it Kachili. It was a joke between me and my coworker, and my coworker got it for me because I kept naming the Squishmallows. I kept naming the Squishmallows because we didn't have names for them. How am I supposed to describe them to customers? So I'm like, I gotta give them names. So I named all of the Squishmallows at our game store. And so, yeah. I sent you a Lenny update. It's been a while since you got that. Let me see. But yeah, so I named all of the Squishmallows in the store, and they were like knockoff Squishmallows. And I literally, like, I named them all, and my coworker's like, let me buy one for you. Because this is getting excessive. Because how am I supposed to describe them anyways? You know, like, cat that's also a chili, that's also, like, on fire. Like, that's not a good description. Kachili's better. You know, it's better to call it, that's Kachili. If you were a D&D character, what would you be? This is the question for the chat. Ooh, okay. You guys sound off in the chat. I will make my judgments. Let me see. In the meantime, let me look at what you guys sent me. Sound off in the chat. I want to know. What is your favorites? What are we doing? I have my own thing that I would be, but I won't say it till the end because I want to hear all of your stuff. So, let me hear what you guys would do because I'm curious. What's D&G? Oh. Oh, man. I hope that was a joke, Sylvia. I hope that was a joke. Sorry, I didn't know that. D&D is Dungeons and Dragons. And Dungeons and Dragons is a... Oh my gosh, I just saw a picture of one of you who sent a picture of you watching me on your DS. On your Nintendo DS. It's fine. I'm not making fun of you, Sylvia. I found it hilarious. Oh my gosh. Helpful Pog, definitely. Like, I didn't think that he was lying when he said that he was watching me on his DS, but boy, is he watching me on his DS. Oh man, okay, I'm gonna take a picture of it because I have to take a picture of it. The fact that you guys are using outdated technology to watch me too, which is hilarious. I love it. If someone could get me on a Game Boy, oh, I will be cackling. Yo. The fact he's watching me on a DS. Let me get the Lenny update as well. Oh, he looks like a stern little boy. He's like, what are you doing? What are you up to? You know? Oh my gosh, Lenny. Lenny. But yeah. But yeah, Helpful Pog watches every stream on his Nintendo DS. Which he's told me in the past that's what he does, but seeing is believing it. Like, I have to show you the receipts. Right? I have to. It's funny. It's it's entertaining to watch that you guys are watching me on not weird, because I own one. I owned a Nintendo DS when I was younger. But I'm like, he's watching me on a DS currently, which is funny. So, we're gonna do this. Let's do the DS first. I'm gonna show you guys the DS, and then I'm showing Lenny. Is that fair, Sil? Is that fair? Only because he posted it technically yesterday. Let me see this. And this is the receipt for you guys that don't believe me when they say they watch me on Nintendo DS. Look at this. Look at this. Like, you guys, that's a Nintendo DS. Like, down there, for those of you who have never used a Nintendo DS, you have to use a stylus in order to use the touchscreen. You have to use the stylus that comes with the DS. So that's the funny part about that also. It's a one with a stylus too. Like, oh my gosh. Like, look at that. Yo. I love it. If this becomes a common joke of you guys watching me on outdated technology, I love it. I'm all for it. Like, it just brings me joy to see this wildness of just ingenuity. So, let's get to the Lenny. Oh, man. But yeah, please, if you guys watch me on outdated technology, please send the pics. I want to see this. Hey, Wet Dream. Yes, it's for you who just came in, Wet Dream. Helpful Pog watches me on his Nintendo DS, and he sent me the receipt that he watches me on Nintendo DS. So, like, it's one thing saying that you do, it's another thing, like I said before, it's one thing saying you do, it's another thing when you got a picture of it. And then look at Lenny. Look at our buddy boy. Look at our Lenny boy. The Dougie Doo. The wonderful Dougie Doo. Our wonderful dog. He looks like, he feels like, he looks guilty, weirdly enough. He kind of looks like he's, like, guilty of something. We have watched Chrissy on Nintendo before GTA 6. Yes. And like I said, if you guys watch me on outdated technology, please take pictures. Please take pictures. I want to see it. I want to see if you do. Because the bragging rights on that is hilarious. But yeah, look at our Letty boy. Letty looking cool. He's like, I'm looking. Yes, he's side-eyeing you, definitely. He's like, what are you doing? Mom, why are you taking a picture of me now to send to this crazy lady? Why are you doing it? You know? Why are you doing this to me? But I love it. Letty, just keep it up. But yeah. But yeah, I love, like I said, it's very funny. And especially when I got my Nintendo DS, I was like 8 years old. I was like 8 years old when I got my Nintendo DS when I was little. So, and you know what I played on that Nintendo DS? Cheetah Girls 3. Cheetah Girls 3. That tells you how dated that was. That tells you how long ago that was. I played Cheetah Girls 3, which was a tapping game where you had to tap the screen to the beat. And I have to say, it was a really difficult rhythm action game. Like, Cheetah Girls 1 was harder than Cheetah Girls 3. I was like, I don't think like, if I remember correctly, Cheetah Girls 1 gave me anxiety because I could not get past the stupid dance class section. I remembered it. Who watches Dimension 20? I do sometimes, but not that much. But yeah, like, my brothers, though, are obsessed with Warhammer. They're not D&D. They don't do D&D, but they do Warhammer. And my parents are like, all the girls are doing and my brothers, they go every Tuesday to go and play Warhammer. And my parents are like, and they're like, are you meeting any girls there? And they're like, no, the girls do Magic the Gathering. And they're like, don't you want to learn how to play Magic the Gathering so you can get with the girls that are playing Magic the Gathering? You know, it would probably be helpful to get a date with the girls that play Magic the Gathering. You know, but I digress. So yeah, they're trying to convince my brothers to stop playing War Thunder and play Magic the Gathering so they can pick up chicks. So, which is absolutely hilarious. The conversations, like, it was wild. Yes, they love Warhammer. Yes, they love it. They paint figurines. Like, they have a whole painting workshop in their room, of just like different, you know, sculptures that they're painting at the active moment. They have a whole army that they're working on right now that they've been painting for like months now. So yeah, they're big Warhammer fans in my house. I'm more D&D in my opinion, but that's just me. But that's because I like the fantasy elements of it. Whereas my brothers, they love war. They love war. They love the World War II figurines for the most part. So they will go through the effort of painting them with tiny brushes with tiny magnifying glasses to paint them. And I'm like, we're technically doing the same thing, just in different ways. I laugh at, like, I laugh at the similarities between me and my brothers, but they don't want to admit. Yes, they love it. They love Warhammer. We actually went to a Warhammer store when we were up in Orlando. When we were in Orlando. We had gone to a Warhammer shop that was in the Villages. It's a bougie district in like Orlando, where it's like a bunch of rich people shops. And we went there because they have a Warhammer store, and my brothers wanted to go to the Warhammer store. So they went to the Warhammer store and they bought some stuff from there. And then we went to a hobby shop when we were in Orlando. I remember that. That also sold Warhammer. I was looking at the camera gear because that's more of my thing. But that was a thing. But yeah, I literally, you know, for those of you who are wondering what happened on my Christmas, Christmas went well. They're the corp of Craig. Heck yeah. Gosh. For those of you who are wondering what happened, would you love it if your brothers played with Henry Cavill for a few rounds? I don't think they know who Henry Cavill is. Like, I don't think they would care. Like, it's kind of like if you, like, you could insert any celebrity, and I don't think they would care. Like, it's not a big deal. Henry Cavill's not a big deal to them. You know? Like, insert, like, maybe some of the people from, like, Halo, maybe. Like, but, like, they don't care about Henry Cavill. Like, they didn't care about Superman. They were like, it's fine. You know? They didn't like... They're like, it's okay. You know? They're not big fans of Henry Cavill. So it doesn't matter to them. So, yeah. But, so yeah, we did Christmas. I worked on Christmas. I wrote a story, but I think it's not prepared yet for you guys till next Christmas. Because I wrote it, but I didn't get the illustrations done. So I won't have that out till next Christmas. As long as we fight together like brothers, no matter who it is, yes. So yeah, I wrote some stuff. I wrapped presents before Christmas. My mom knocked back maybe a little too much conquito. I'll tell you that, because she mislabeled all the presents. Imagine Christmas morning when my siblings are opening up their presents and my sister opens up her present and is like, she opens up a Sonic onesie that's clearly not in her size. It's clearly in the size of Little Spice's size, and even though it had her name on it, like on the present, she's like, this is clearly not for me. And then we further were like, oh wow, the shoes that my dad gifted me now have my sister's name on it to go to me. So my mom mislabeled, like, it wasn't all the gifts, but it was definitely like a good 20% of the gifts were mislabeled. So it was funny. It was absolutely funny. No shade to her. She's tired. We're both busy and tired. So, like, it just made for a funny, like, experience as we were opening gifts. Yes. And I hope you had a good Christmas too, Wet Dream. And then after that, my parents, the chaotic ones that they are, because they're as chaotic as me, even though they all deny it, even though they raised me, they decided to have my brothers work for their gift. So they basically did a scavenger hunt, but forgot they were dyslexic. So imagine you hide a bunch of cards around for dyslexic children for them to figure out where their presents are. I saw, so I'll see it in a sec. So they hit a bunch of cards that my brothers could barely read. They're just like reading it. And also, another funny thing I found when they were doing it, so they're barely able to read what there is. They're like correspondence. And so they did, for a hot second, like, there was a while where, like, they were like, oh, the next card is hidden under the pot that you had gifted mom on Mother's Day, right? My brother's like, I don't remember what I gifted you. And so she's like, oh no. And so it starts going wrong real quick. And then my other brother, who's looking for his gift, he's not doing any better, because my brother is like, go and find the next card in the place where you would receive correspondence. And my parents and I are expecting that they would know the word. Like, I didn't set up this scavenger hunt because I was busy doing work. But my parents were expecting, because they know they play a lot of military games, and they watch military movies, and they watch like a lot of historical documentaries, that the word correspondence would be a word in their vocabulary. And unfortunately it wasn't. They didn't know what the word correspondence is, even though it's a very, very like normal vocabulary term. For those of you who don't know what correspondence is, it's when you receive mail. When you receive mail or a special message. And so the whole point of this was for them to go, for one of my brothers to go to the mailbox. But because he didn't know what the definition of correspondence was, he's looking everywhere else. Eventually, they finally, like, after going through, like, them misreading words because they're dyslexic, obviously, and them, like, not knowing what words mean, they eventually, they find their presents in the trunks of their cars. My one brother got, like, a gaming chair. So he got a gaming chair, so it's like, great. And like a mat for his chair. So that's great. Awesome. Replaces the old one. The other brother, they got a whole set of tools and a tool chest. Which was really good. It was like he borrows a lot of tools from my dad. So that's what he did. I'm gonna see, Sylvia. You gotta wait. You gotta let me finish my story. Let me finish the story. So yeah, we did that. I watched Muppets Christmas with my dad. My dad is like asking me how did they do all of the special effects, because since I have the movie knowledge, they're like, how did they do the effect with the ghosts? And I'm like explaining all the effects in Muppets Christmas. Hey, King, Kaizen. I haven't seen you in a minute. What's up? But yeah. I'm hungry. Eat food, girly. You know how I feel about you not eating. You need to eat food. Food is important. Food is always important. You need to eat, Sylvia. It's important to eat. Nourish your body. Let me see. I see. I will take a picture. But you gotta nourish your body, girly. Food is essential. But yeah, it sucks that we didn't have the TikTok people. Like, the TikTok people really wanted to watch this, but unfortunately the live got, like, banned halfway through me saying within the first 10 minutes of me starting the live. I don't know what to make. Hey, sometimes I don't know. What I ended up doing was taking 6 pieces of bread, putting cream cheese on it, and calling it a day. They weren't even bagels, to be honest. They were just sliced pieces of bread. I was just like, bread, cream cheese, let's do it. And so I ended up doing that as, like, my breakfast today. And I ate 6, slices of bread. That's what I did. And it was stale bread. So, 6 slices of stale bread. So, eat food. Food is important. You need to nourish your body. I'm not gonna hear, oh yeah, I'm not gonna eat food because I don't feel like it, or I'm not gonna eat food because, I need to, like, slim down. No. No. We eat food for sustenance, to have energy for our bodies. Now, if we have to adjust our diets, that's fine. But we do not just not eat food. We eat food in this house. We eat food in this basement. Look at that. Look! It's Vox! Let me move this down. It's Vox! You sent me Vox. Which is cool. Nice. Eee. Cool. But yeah, it looks good. But yeah. But I literally, for me, I'm just like, so yeah, that was how my holiday, you know, my holiday, he looks chopped. He's fine. But that was how my holiday went. We had for Christmas Eve, we had like a Cuban holiday feast. So we had like pork, like chicharron, some rice and beans, yuca. We had some yuca with mojo. We had that, and then for Christmas Day, we had macaroni and cheese, the one that didn't get burned because accidentally the oven caught on fire while my mom was making one of the dishes, let's just say, and so we had to throw out the first macaroni and cheese because the butter caught on fire and it turned black. So yeah, that happened. Didn't know that butter can catch on fire and turn completely black, but it does, apparently. You know, so that happened. So we had we made homemade macaroni and cheese, and we made some green bean casserole. Not we, my mom. My mom. She made like yams, and like a candied ham. So we had that, and it was really good. That was our Christmas Day dinner, which was nice. But yeah, except for the fact that our oven caught on fire. But, you know, that's expected of a holiday. You're gonna at least have one fire in a holiday. You know, something's gonna go wrong during a holiday. I'm just glad the house didn't burn down. You know, that's a good development, that the house didn't burn down. You know, considering how many houses my dad has been in when they've burned down during Christmas, you know, it's nice not to have one that has burned down. So, yay. So that's what happened. So let's lock into our choices. Because I don't know, just a refresher, you guys get a choice today. I brought back viewer's choice for today. I brought back viewer's choice. So you guys got you got a choice of one of 3 games. And I'm gonna make it a poll in the YouTube chat. You got a choice. A choice. Hi. King Kaizen. Let me see. Okay, your second message did not come through, King Kaizen, for some weird reason. Like, it did not come through. The second one. But yeah. Okay, let me see. Start a poll. Options. B 10 times. What remains? Remains of Edith Finch. And Dark. Memories. Fears to fathom knockoff. There you go. Fears to fathom knockoff. And then which game do you want me to play? Why is it not allowing me to, like... I'm trying to create the poll. And it's like, nope, you're not allowed to. Weirdly enough. I'm, like, trying to create a poll, and YouTube's like, nope. Okay, let me see. Poll. Let me see. I'm gonna go and try to, like, try it in the other one. Delete this one, because why the hell? Let me see. Let me try it in the other one. Because for some reason, it is not allowing me to put a poll. Okay. Add a poll. Beacon into the fires of battle onto the anvil of war. Hey, Dantris. Beacon Pines. If I could spell pines correctly. No, that's not how you spell pines. Oh my gosh. And then what remains of Edith Finch? What remains of Edith Finch? Add. And this one will be dark memories. Dark memories. Games. Which game do you want me to play? Let's see. Start poll. There you go. It lets me start the poll here, but it doesn't let me start the poll over there. Strange. But yeah. So let's see who wins. So I'm gonna give it a couple more minutes. I'm gonna give it a couple minutes so that way you guys can, like, choose your answers of what you guys want in the chat. Because, you know, those are your choices. Dark Memories, like I said, is basically, it's like Fears to Fathom, but with, like, pretty graphics. Beacon Pines is like a story, like anthropomorphic story book game with like furry creatures, but it's like it's not exactly Christmas related, but it's like wintry vibes. It's wintry vibes, and it's a mystery story, so I was like, ooh, this is kind of fun. And then What Remains of Edith Finch, if you've never seen someone play it, you know, it's, well, we try to solve the mystery of murder. in the family. So, but it's like family related game, and it has like a Christmassy, wintry section of the game. So I was like, why not? So you guys please vote in the chat. It's in here. Ooh, I'm already seeing some details. Ooh, Dark Memories got 100 so far. So far. Okay, that's good. All right. But yeah, go through the chat, see how it's going, and then we're going to see which one we're going to do. Okay? Because I want to make sure that we know exactly what we're doing. What we're doing is, like, I want a consensus, right? I really want a consensus of what we're going to be playing. Because if we're going to play something, I want to make sure it's, like, what we really want. So, yay! But yeah, so I am, like, I am so happy. I got so much work done. Like, I got a lot of, like, side work done. And so I'll have money coming in. So that big bill that's coming up, I'm not going to be as worried about. So I'm excited not to be worried about that, because I was feeling tense. Hey, Artcraft, welcome, welcome. How you doing, girly? Of course, it has 100. There's only one here. Yeah, but I have to check the polls on all 3 sides. Hey, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a minute. I'm doing good. You know, we're right now waiting on people to vote in on a poll. Because right now, we're choosing between, are we gonna play Dark Memories? Are we gonna be playing What Remains of Edith Finch? Or are we gonna be playing Beacon Pines? Those are the 3 games that we have on the itinerary for what we could play. Impossible. Yay. Yes. But yeah, so we ain't playing Doom, but we were playing one of those games. But I saw Dark Memories, and I liked the fact that it had the prologue was snowy. And I heard good things about it when I watched a live stream of, like, Gap Smolders. I didn't want to watch too far because I was like, ooh, I kind of want to play this game. But I was like, ooh, it kind of looks good. What is this sorcery? Remember, I multi-stream Denitress. So, because I multi-stream, cool outfit, you're slaying. Thank you. Yes. The outfit is amazing today. And yes, I worked really hard on it. As you can see, the bow actually was a last minute addition due to Vroid updating. So the Vroid update added a lot of bows and a lot of extensions to the hair. So I got to add this last minute addition, a bow to my hair, and it looks super cute. Like, you can't really see it very easily, but it's like, it's very subtle. And I like how when I wiggle it, it goes side to side, and it's kind of cute. But yeah, so it's super nice, and I like the outfit I did, and you know, it was hard work because I had to recolor it. I had to recolor it because, like I said, anything I wear, I have to make it warm tone. So I have to literally, like, turn the white to yellow. I have to turn the reds to, like, kind of an orange in order to make it look right. So technically the red that you're seeing is not a true red. It's actually an orangey red, but due to the fact that like I said before, that I adjust these outfits to match to my body, which is very warm tone. The outfit looks like white and red, even though it's not. it's not white and red. It's more of an orange. But on my body, it looks white and red. So it's a lot of color theory and color analysis and work and going back and forth, but it's beautiful. I love it. And like even the choker's not a true black, it's a brown. Like the bow and the choker are, the bow on the dress and the choker are both brown. But because of the shade of it against my skin, it looks kind of black. So it's like, it's very, everything's like intentional. You know, I do a lot of work to make these things blend in on my model a little better, you know. But I haven't seen you in a minute, Artcraft. Like, you haven't been in the streams for a minute. What you been up to? What you been up to, Artcraft? You know, how your streams been going? Ooh, now it's 50-50. Yeah, it's 50-50. Okay. Okay, it's 50-50. Let's see who breaks the tie. If someone's gonna break the tie. But yeah, like, it's been nice. I've been, like I said, I've been doing stuff in the background. For those of you who want to update, by the way, on me doing, on how I'm doing with the musical content, I had to stop listening to sad music. Like, I was doing the heartbreak medley, but it was not doing well because it was affecting my psyche. I was not in a good head place. It was putting me in a really bad head place. I had to be like, okay, maybe let's not, you know, listen to sad music for like a little while. I'm not allowed to listen to sad music. So I had to like stop and regroup. I'm probably gonna have to regroup later on it because my brain got a little too sad and it led me to a very bad headspace, as you guys saw with the crime scene cleaner video. Like the last crime scene cleaner episode, I was like, there was a moment where you guys got to see a little bit of me, like, not exactly in the best headspace. But, you know, it is what it is. It happens, you know. I kind of was... So, yeah, I had to stop working on that one because I was getting in a... Like, when you're, like, trying to convey an emotion, like, as rawly as you can, it's really hard not to have your whole mind space get poisoned by it. So, I try to live, like, in like a pretty decent mind space so that way I can stay productive and stay good. But I had to listen to the sad music because I'm, producing it and getting it done and everything like that. But I had to stop. I was like, this is not healthy for me. This is not becoming healthy. And my brain was not doing well. It was not doing well. I was not, I had a hard time. So, but it is what it is. I'm feeling better now, but I think I had to put a break on, doing that heartbreak medley because I was like, my headspace. You guys saw with Crime Scene Cleaner, like around the time where I was cleaning the CEO and the sales market area of that stream, I was not doing good. I was not in a good mind space. And so I had to, give up that. I had to be like, you know what? I need a minute to not listen to sad music. So I am like, I'm right now like, okay, we're only allowed to listen to happy music. Only allowed to listen to happy music for a little while. Just till my mind is straight. So I don't know if I'll get back to that in time to finish it before Christmas, but not before Christmas, but before like the end of like the year. But if not, I'll just work on it throughout the season and then put it out next year. Worst case scenario. Like, I'm not gonna put too much pressure on it because, like I said, because I have so much insecurity around my voice, I don't want to like push it, and then it goes bad goes really, really badly, and I'm in a bad mind space, and it goes badly at the same time. I'm gonna give myself grace and just like roll it back, give yourself a minute. So that's really what happened, and I had to be like, okay, I need to be in a healthy mind space. All of this kind of falls apart if I don't, like, if I fall apart, this falls apart. There's no, okay, like, I can hand this off to somebody. Nope. I kind of need to, still be mentally checked in. So I had to be like, make the executive decision to be like, let's not listen to sad music for a little bit. So that's the deal. I'm not allowed to listen to sad music for a little while until I'm comfortable. When you're releasing your critter books, or at least the weekly chapters. I'm thinking about doing chapters, but it's definitely not gonna be weekly. That's a goal, but that's definitely not a reasonable goal. I'm working on the chapters and I'm getting them done, but I'm getting them done, like, I'm doing them, but I won't put them, like I said, I won't put them out till I have enough, like, material where I would feel comfortable putting out the first chapter, because, like, the first draft of a book is there's a lot of changes that happen. You have to realize a lot of, some things that might be not working. Like, for example, I can acknowledge sometimes that there might be a plot hole or two, and I have to look for those. I gotta look for plot holes and stuff like that. Like, even J.K. Rowling, even though we don't like to mention her, the reason why the Goblet of Fire took so long and why it's so gigantic of a book was because of one plot hole of why would you go and require Harry to go through everything he goes through to go to Hogwarts if you could just use a Porky, and a Porky could be anything. You know what I mean? So they had to have a good explanation of why, like, she had to now fix a plot hole, and because she had to fix that plot hole, that's why Goblet of Fire is, like, super long. And then she, like, drops the plot hole because she's like, I cannot have this come back. So even then it gets dropped. So you kind of have to, like, I can't just release it chapter by chapter, because then I might have to change a previous chapter, and I want to make sure that I am world building correctly. And you don't want to world build, like, you want to world build actively, but you don't want to be, like, having to make retcons a lot. And in the first draft of the books, you don't want to be like, okay, let's release the first draft, because something that's in the first draft could be, like, completely gone by the second or third. So I'm not, like I said, not until I have, like, a good foundation of where we're going with the story, then I will be like, okay, yes. But that's really what it is I don't want to get too into it. Let me see, how's the poll going? So we have 2 votes, but I can't end the poll until I have 1 game, because we're not playing 2 games. We're playing 1 game. So I need more votes, people. Need more votes in order for me to choose which one we're doing. So, I'll go back. I need to find out what we doing. Otherwise, I might have to choose between the 2, and then it might not be the ones you want. So, What are we gonna do? Which ones? Another thing that's been happening also is I've been listening to the new 21 Pilots music. Hey, Sil, you're back. Please vote, because we need to figure out what game are we playing. And I want to make sure everybody's included. That's why I put it in the chat. I put it in the chat for you guys. But yeah, so I've been listening to Drag Path a lot, which I found hilarious that it started from a pufferfish edit. I was like, a 21 Pilots song that they didn't fully release. The one that was first to release it was a pufferfish video. Interesting. So yeah, I was listening. I've been listening to 21 Pilots, the new music. I've also went back and listened to, like, again, I'm trying to listen to happier music. So I've been listening to like, trying to listen to like funny music and music that is not gonna make me depressed. You know. I'll get Sir Crocodile to vote. Please. We need to have votes. I don't want to make a choice for you guys and then you're not happy with choice. So, make sure everybody votes. Please vote in the chat. Please. 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 Anyway. But yeah, I've been listening to Drag Path, which I keep dissecting it every single time I listen to it. I've been, like, dissecting that song more and more every time I listen to it, and I'm just feeling like, oof. Hi! Yes, please vote! Please vote! Please have your friends vote! It's good to see you, Sir Crocodile. Good to see you. Let me see. Let me see who has voted. But yeah. The one thing that I found out, you guys, is that, like, I found out I could not, you know what's stupid? YouTube doesn't allow you to, like, send your audience. Like, I've been trying to figure out why I can't send my audience to people, like, why I can't raid other people on YouTube. I found out it's because I'm not at 1,000 views, 1,000, like, subscribers. And I was like, that's kind of stupid. Like, you can't send your subscriber base unless you're, like, you have 1,000 people. Like, it's kind of, like, the whole point is that's supposed to help smaller streamers. Right? That's supposed to help smaller streamers. I love. Yes. Hee hee. It's supposed to help smaller streamers, but for some reason they're like, nope, you can only get it once you get to 1,000. And I'm like, doesn't that make it even harder for a smaller streamer to get to that number? Like, the whole point is for you to get to monetization, right? Like, it would be helpful for the people who are trying to get to monetization because you're trying to you would want to send your audience, you know, to people. And the ones of bigger followings are gonna be that, oh yeah, me and Harvey broke up. You guys broke up? You just, like, you didn't tell me this. What happened, girlie? What happened? What happened to you two? I want details. If you're comfortable with saying them. Oh. No. No. He did not. No. With your sister? No. Wow. Okay. Wow. Wasn't expecting that. Yeah, that's definitely a good reason. Yeah, that's definitely a good reason. Was that why you were sad for the past couple days? Was that the reason why you were sad? And you were crying in the Little Misfortune stream? If so, I am sad. Oh my gosh, I feel you. Yeah, that sucks. That is, that's not right. That is absolutely not right. Like, if it's not working with someone, you tell them. You tell them if it's not working. You don't just, like, up and go off to their sister. Like, you tell them. Like, if, hey, this isn't working. This is the reason why I'm feeling this way. If it's not their fault, it's not their fault. But, like, to just up and go to your sister. Yeah, no, that's messed up, man. I feel for you, girly. Like, that is never right. You don't just cheat on someone with their sister. Oh gosh. Yeah, I feel you, girly. Well, what I hope is that you get to take a breather. Oh my gosh, no. He did not say that. Oh man, yeesh. That is so bad. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter, because the thing is that it doesn't matter if someone looks better than you or not. Looks are really a microscopic thing. Like, at the end of the day, is that person gonna stay looking the same? No. Is that person gonna look pretty every single day? No. Like, you have to, you don't fall in love with someone just because of how they look. You fall in love with someone because you actually genuinely drive. And I don't know if this will make you feel better, Sylvia, but have you heard of the taxi cab theory? Have you heard of the taxi cab theory? It's not a fun theory, but it is a theory. And it describes how men and women look at relationships. This is not saying anything bad about men. It's just how they view how, men and women's brains work. It, in a way. It's described as women are always ready to... Most women are ready, not always, not all women, but most women are ready. They know when they're ready to be with that person for a long time, right? But for a man, it's not until their goals, their life, and their mindset are clear. And until they have that clarity, they will be switching up with women. Till they finally get that clarity on where they're going. If they're going in the same direction as you. And then they finally will go. They will be with whoever is nearby. Who's the next one to find. And usually when they do that, it's not out of the girl being hotter or the girl being, being better. It's just they finally find clarity within themselves. It might be that he does not have clarity within himself right now. He's going to the easier option because the easier option seems, simple. But it's not the the right option. You know, it's not the right option, and I don't think it was anything that you did. Personally, I've never seen you, Sylvia, but I wouldn't judge, compare you to another person. Because you have a lot of other qualities that are very, very wonderful, Sylvia. You have a lot of qualities that are very, very great about you. And unfortunately, he, you know, didn't fully see it. He didn't fully see it, and he didn't fully understand it. So, in my opinion, even though, yes, you know, the situation sucks right now, he will realize he fucked up. But don't let him come back. Because like I said, that's someone that does not have clarity. Not to say, like I said, I'm not saying anyone's bad here. I don't know the full extent of what's going on. But often with people, when they choose something easier, like a physical attraction, it's because they don't have clarity in mind. And you're gonna find someone that's going the same way as you, it's going the same direction, and eventually you'll find someone better. Okay? So don't you worry, Sil. You're gonna get there. He was clearly not the one. But you'll find someone that's worth it. Just gotta give your time. Alright, so I see a lot of What Remains of Edith Finch. So we will do What Remains of Edith Finch. So, unfortunately, the other ones have lost. But that's okay. What Remains of Edith Finch 1. So, I'm gonna open up the game, and we're gonna get to it. I've worked a lot of my friends through their breakups. And like I said, I know a lot from what I've had to help them through. Oh my gosh, that's a loud thing. It just blared in my ear. Jeez. Jeez, trying to compete with FNAF 4. Man. Hit me with the volume controls before you hit me with the soundtrack, man. Okay. Is there a settings menu? Yes. Just they don't have like an opening screen settings menu. Got it. Okay. Fine. Auto detection, VSync, sure, on. Full window, no. Full screen, no. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Is there something in between these two that I could do? Because this one kind of sucks. But I guess. Okay. Alright, so that. Alright, so let's get this game going. But yeah, this game like blared in my ear. Jeez. Okay. The one thing that I have to keep in mind is that there is a section that I remember that has music that is copyrighted music, so we have to make sure that that's fine. Okay, so but yeah. So I'm gonna go into gaming. Okay. Just for the sake of, let me see, not this. Viewer, actions. Let's go into actions. What Remains of Edith Finch. Let's enable that. Happy holidays. What happened to Edith? There. Okay, let's go back. Give it a second. And back to the front. Okay. There we go. Yay. Okay, so. Game capture. Where is it? What happened to Edith Finch? I'm gonna call it What Happened to Edith Finch. Okay. So there. There we go. And then I'm gonna lock it in place. And then for this, let's fix it. Mini cage. Web clone. But yeah. There, let me fix this. But yeah, I hope I don't have to say this, but don't cheat on your partners. Please don't. That's not a good idea. Okay. Alright, so let me make my thing smaller. Let me see. Let me check YouTube. Let me check YouTube. Because I'm doing both, so trying to make sure I'm not like on YouTube there's like a decent line or demarcation. Okay. Okay. This will go over here, and then just a little. You see? There you go. That's good. There. Small enough so that way you guys can see it. Alright, and then... Good, good, good. Everything went good. We're gonna lock the game capture. And then... Music we want to keep as low as possible. Because there is a copyrighted section. And we're gonna go and play. Okay. Okay, so...
A lot of this isn't going to make sense to you. And I'm sorry about that. I'm just gonna start at the beginning.
Okay. She is like... The sound effects are like way too loud. Like...
With the house.
Okay. Is there like a run function?
I lived here until I was 11, but I wasn't allowed inside half the rooms.
Yeah, I wouldn't, like, I don't like the fact that it's, like, kind of almost, like, leaning Tower of Pisa-ish. Like, it's about to fall over. Like, I don't think you should have stayed here. Your family should have, like, stayed here. This is, like, so many zoning laws were broken here. Oh, and you have a interesting mailbox. Okay.
Inside the mailbox were bills from 7 years ago, marked urgent, open immediately.
Yeah, this place should have been condemned, in my opinion. Like,
I've been back since my brother Lewis's funeral.
in my opinion, should have been condemned. Swampy.
In her will, my mother left me a key, but didn't tell me what it unlocked. Maybe she thought I'd know. Or she thought that the mystery would be enough to bring me back.
I don't think she should have led you back. Like, ma'am, I don't think... Finches. So wait. You can go here.
The truth is, even after I inherited the house, I never thought I'd come back to it. But now I had questions about my family that only the house knew the answers to.
Wait, so, okay. Is it a pathway that, like, branches to where, like, you could go through the woods, or you can go up? Like, ooh. Did I mess up? I don't know if I got myself stuck. Okay. Okay, well, I guess I kind of wanted to check out what the upper road
The
is.
house have always been uncomfortably silent. As if they're about to say something, but never do.
That's never a good sign when the woods are silent. That in Appalachia, that is a bad sign. Like, usually that's followed by a whistle and someone saying your name and you gotta walk away. And pretend that it ain't happening. So, don't like that answer. So was that just like another... Oh, it was another pathway to get to the same place. So you could have taken the high path
was exactly like I remember
or the low path.
The way I'd been dreaming about it.
Again, so many zoning laws. Like, we're not done. Like, this looks so bad. Like, it looks like it could fall apart at any moment. Why are we going in here? Like... If the last time it was kept was in 7 years, at what point do we just be like, maybe we don't go in here? Maybe we just leave it alone? Like, because clearly this house is like... This house should have been condemned, because think of all the zoning laws, like... It's so bad. Like, half the structure's fine. It's the stuff over here where it's like, okay, we have the tower into the sky that is like on fairly supportive like beams. Like, I get the idea of a cantilever structure, but zoning, this is like, this with one storm could just blow away. Like, I get it if you built up, but you built upward and diagonal. Like, that was a choice you made. Like, I think you wanted to kill whoever lives at the top of that tower. Like, that's the only explanation I would understand for why you would build your house like this. Why would you build it like this? This makes no sense. Like, you really wanted to kill whoever was on the top of that. Like, I only know this because my family, like, we've built all the structures in our house, so we do a lot.
As a child, the house made me uncomfortable in a way I couldn't put into words.
Yeah, I would be worried about the structural security of this entire place. Mostly that part. Let me see this. Yeah, chairs, missing posters. It's not a good sign when you start seeing missing posters strewn across your household. Like, and you have nothing to say about the missing posters of the same kid. Like, you have nothing to say about that.
Now, as a 17-year-old, I knew exactly what those words were. I was afraid of the house.
Yeah, I would be, like, terrified this house would fall down on top of me. You know, I would be like, yeah, this house is gonna try to kill me.
I hoped the key might unlock the front door. It didn't. Looking in, I felt like the house itself had been waiting for me.
Yeah, the house looks daunting. Like, that's not my thing. If it were me, girly, I would just, like, I wouldn't be going back in. Like, this house is too far gone. 7 years, and your structure look like that? Nope. I'm sorry, that's not me. That ain't me.
Crawling through the doggy door used to be a lot easier when I was 11. The power had been turned off the night we left.
Then why are you here? Oh, they have a tennis ball, so you know how far you need to drive into the place. Let me see, you got a deep freezer. Old expired chemicals. Paint thinner. A lot of potting mix. And then you got these.
For the first time in years, I felt like I was home.
You were home in this house?
But instead of a family, there were just memories of one.
Are we not gonna open the refrigerator? In loving memory of Lewis Finch. That's a foreboding sign. Edith, Edie, Dawn, and Lewis. Okay.
Like how after Lewis started working at the cannery, we all got sick of eating salmon. Except our cat, Molly.
So you had a cat named Molly? Okay.
Or how only one restaurant would deliver to our house, so we had Chinese a lot.
Well, that's not the worst thing in the world. There's a lot of variety with Chinese. Oh yeah, that's a lot of cans. Of fish.
The table was still a wreck from the night we left.
Yeah?
It was like a bomb had gone off, killing everyone but sparing the furniture.
It looks like it.
Nothing in the house looked abnormal. There was just too much of it, like a smile with too many teeth.
Yeah.
Even the fireplace had a story. Edie told me the bricks came from the original house, after it sank.
Okay.
Mom always told me to stay out of the basement, so I wasn't too surprised when the key didn't fit.
Okay. I'm gonna do Barbara. Not yet. I know that's the copyright section.
Edie told me once that every Finch who ever lived is buried somewhere in the library.
I would want to go in here. Legitimately, just to see. But why is it sealed like this? Like, why are you what are you protecting the world from if you're sealing the house like this? Like corners of the house like that? That's a little sketch, ma'am. Like,
A lot of things got left behind in the whirlwind of that last night.
like your moving boxes? Oh, we're pregnant. Yo. Girlie's got a belly. Okay, this must have been our grandmother's chair.
After Milton disappeared, Mom sealed up all the bedrooms. Then Edie retaliated and drilled peepholes.
Oh gosh. Well, that's pretty. Ah. One question, why is this door not sealed? If all of them were sealed, why was that one not?
Molly always seemed like a girl I could imagine being friends with, if she hadn't died in 1947.
Yeah. So wait, you named your cat after your dead family member? That's kind of dark. Like, I get it with people, like, it's like, oh yeah, I'm remembering you, but like, that's kind of, it's a different interpretation when it's like, you're naming your pet.
As a kid, I just assumed every house had peepholes and sealed rooms you weren't allowed inside of. My Grandpa Sam spent 7 years sharing a room with his dead brother, Calvin.
Oh, that's kind of messed up.
The last time I was in Edith Sr.'s room, I was 10 and she was painting my portrait.
Well, considering how many people have died and have portraits around here, maybe that's not a good thing. I don't know. I don't like the connotation that every person on this wall is dead. I don't like that connotation. 'Cause, like, it kind of messed up, man.
Whenever people ask me about my family, the first thing they always want to know about is Barbara. Barbara was a child star for 2 years, until America grew out of it.
Oh, poor girl. That's how success is like sometimes. Ooh, there's another floor. Ooh.
Mom must have locked the 3rd floor stairs on the night we left.
Yeah, that seems like it. But, like, just get a lockpick. For some of these, you can lockpick your way into it. Well, here goes.
I spent a lot of time playing in Great Uncle Walter's room.
Hey, Neon! What's up?
I think my mom sometimes regretted not sealing it up.
Kinda looks nice. Like, this would be like, if I could have, like, any painting in a room, this would feel solid as, like, a nice painting into a room. You know what I mean? I see you at the what? At the eye? At the one?
Lewis told me there were secret passages, but I never believed him.
"20,000 Leagues Under the Sea." Oh, well, we know how...
Turns out, my mom was really good at keeping secrets.
Oh, so she...
Now it was time to find out what my mom had been afraid of.
I'm watching on my new tablet. Oh, you're watching on a tablet? Oh, you missed it. I showed how Helpful Pog is watches me. He watches me on his Nintendo DS, and he sent me the receipts. He sends me the pictures. And also, wait a minute. If your mom gave you the picture that said secret passageways, why? Because the whole point, right, is to keep you from going and discovering the secrets, right? So why is she giving you this? Why is she giving you the secret? Like, the key to the secret passageways. Isn't she worried? Wasn't she
From
worried?
the paintings on the wall, it was clear my brother Milton had been here before me.
Yeah. Is it that she's like, maybe you might solve the mystery of how your brother died?
Reading this, maybe it sounds like I had a plan.
Like, she should have came in here. Like, if you're going into a house that you know you're gonna have a lot of doors that are locked, go into the house with lockpicks. Bring lockpicks. Bring things so that way you could break into the location. No one's gonna stop you. It's your house. You know, bring lockpicks, maybe a chainsaw. Who knows? You know, open those sealed rooms. Nothing's stopping you.
I had no idea what was behind that door.
I don't know. Am I wrong?
Just like I had no idea
Am I
where all this
wrong?
was gonna lead. I grew up looking at Molly's room through the peephole. Being inside for the first time, I felt like I'd stepped behind a painting.
She's got a pretty good view for a kid. You know. And also, don't you want to come here just in case bring somebody just in case you die? Like, you might be in trouble? Like, you're pregnant. Like, pretty decently pregnant. Like, at least, like, give or take a trimester or two. Don't you want to bring somebody just in case you get stuck somewhere? Like, it's kind of counterintuitive, ma'am.
Molly's gerbil had a tiny bedroom with its own even tinier gerbil cage.
Like, ma'am, this is counterintuitive. You don't bring a lockpick, you don't go and bring a chainsaw, you don't bring anything to this structurally unsound house. And your mom is like, yeah, let's... here's a key. Maybe you might solve the mystery of how your brother was killed. Or went missing.
December 13th, 1947. Dear Diary, I'll be gone soon, but I wanted to tell somebody about
So what tablet is it, Neon?
It started when Mom sent me to bed without dinner. I woke up and I was starving, so I looked around for something to eat. The gerbil food was dry, but I didn't mind it.
Early. This poor child. Just like straight up starving to death. Like, the whole plot of Edith Finch, right? Her mom dies, gives her a key to go to this abandoned house that she had, right? Goes to the house that she had, that they escaped in the middle of the night 7 years ago. She's like, oh yeah, here's a key. And figure out what this unlocks. And it leads to, like, secret hidden passageways her brother, like, who went missing. But considering a lot of people died in this house, you know, for all I know, someone, you know, when Grandma has a lot of pictures, and she seems to have a lot of pictures painted of people after they die, and they start painting your picture, maybe you should be concerned, you know. So, in my opinion, I think Grandma killed everybody, right? I think Grandma killed people. Because I'm not, like, I don't got any proof, but, like, you don't lose that many family members, like, in freak accidents. Like, and then also have, like, a whole wall of painted portraits. And then also make it to where you turn their rooms into trophies. Oh, it's a Lenovo? That's cool. You don't turn the rooms into trophies. Like, your mom sealed up the rooms, right? Except for one, which was also a concerning thing. Why did she seal up everything but one? The one that's the entrance to all of the other rooms. But the library. And apparently, from what your grandmother said, all the Finch family members are buried in the library. Why did she bury them in the library is another question. Like, there's so many questions. But if your brother died, like, possibly went missing, supposedly, I think he was murdered. I think he was murdered. If he was murdered, right? Why the hell are you coming back? Why the hell did you not bring help? Why didn't you bring a lockpick or at least a chainsaw? Because this place could cave in at any moment. Like, I doubt the structural sound of this place. And yet don't bring supplies. Or even food. Like, what if you get stuck here for a while? Like, because, like you said before, this area is prone to flooding. Why don't you bring food? I
kept eating
the logic.
and eating.
The logic, man. The logic. I can't with this logic. Are we able to ask the mom, like...
Mom, can I come out now?
Sweetheart, it's late. Go to sleep.
Like...
I ate a lot of things that night.
Like...
Then I heard chirping outside my window.
Oh
It
no.
was a barn swallow going back to her nest. I reached out for her. And suddenly, I was a cat.
Oh, okay. Now we're parkouring? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh.
I tried to be quiet, but the bird was really scared.
I'm like... Okay, okay. Oh, wait, what? I'm, like, getting put to places, and I don't know what's going on.
Mom and Dad didn't even look at me.
Okay. I don't know if it's like having me on a guided system. And it's like, okay, I'm gonna force you to go here. Like, even, so you don't have to worry about, like, messing up.
The babies were all gone.
Babies were all gone. Okay.
I jumped and I almost got her.
Okay. I don't know if it's precise,
I
like,
could tell she was
tracking.
getting really tired. Now I was up in the big tree. I promised Dad I wouldn't climb it anymore. All I cared about was eating that mama bird.
Like, I don't know if I'm just accidentally good at this, the parkouring section, The platforming section. Usually I'm very bad at platforming section. So I think this might be on rails because, like, yeah, it's on rails. Okay, it's on rails. I think it's on rails. Because I am so bad at platforming sections due to my, like, bad, like, perception.
I was an owl.
I fly now?
It was the wind. Then I heard little teeth nibbling in the grass.
I'm like an owl now. Like,
Rabbits.
where? Am I missing? Oh, it's in front of me. Okay, I'm wholly missing this. There we go. We caught him.
I imagined his face looking up and seeing mine through my talons.
Oh
I
gosh.
swallowed him up, and I didn't chew one bit. Then I flew off to find something bigger.
What am I gonna find? This child is like... This can't be the kid's story of a hallucination. Like, I doubt it. Like, it can't be this child's,
She was
like,
almost too big
hallucination.
and hairy. I started choking, but I couldn't stop eating.
Like, or even a
I
dream.
was a shark.
I am a shark now? Okay, I guess I'm a shark. I like the ragdoll physics. Oh, I wiggle now. I love how you can play this entire game by just pressing one button.
I rolled off a cliff and into the ocean. Now, I was hungrier than ever.
I'm just like pressing only one button.
I wanted fat, juicy seals.
Well, it's gonna take me a while to like do it. There, we got a seal.
I tore off her flipper, and it tasted really good.
Oh gosh. Like, I doubt this is her. You know, like she didn't really have much of that diary. In that diary. Like, so I'm like, I don't think this is her. Like, I doubt this kid would do this. Would like say, like, hallucinate all this. You know what I mean? Like, Holly is a, like, berry that does cause you to hallucinate, but, like, I doubt it's gonna be, like, something, like... You're gonna be, like, very...
I grabbed on tight,
Like, you're gonna hallucinate all of this.
jumped out of the water. When I opened my eyes, everything had changed.
What are you? Oh, I'm now, like, some, like, eldritch creature now.
Now I was a monster, and I smelled people everywhere.
Again, doubt this kid would come up with this. Most of this feels like it's on rails. To me. Right? can't really see the tendril, though.
I was big, but I moved real quiet.
Well, we ate somebody. We're like some Lovecraftian monster, which... Where did she find this? Did you... Like, does her mother have her read H.P. Lovecraft? Like... That would be the only explanation to me. Right? Her...
I wanted to stop, but also I didn't.
Her mother must have her watch, like, read H.P. Lovecraft. Like, that would be the only explanation. Dead. I wish it came with like a light so you could tell what's going on.
After the last passenger, I was still hungry. And across the water, I smelled something new. Something I had to have, so I swam towards it. I slithered onto the sand, and the good smell went into an old pipe.
Okay. Again, why are we an H.P. Lovecraft, like, monster? Why?
I got closer and closer. All my stomach started growling. And suddenly, I was me again. I held my breath for a long time, but I couldn't hear anything. I think it's waiting for me to fall asleep. But it's not going to wait much longer. It needs to feed, and we both know I will be delicious.
Again, I doubt any of that happened, and if she did... Like, I doubt any of that
sure if
really
I believed
happened.
all of that, but I'm sure Edie would have.
I think that, like... If she did die... I doubt it's from that. Like, I feel like that maybe she could have
Describe it, but
hallucinated.
I felt like some part of Molly was still here.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what does the game want me to do now? Like, does it want me to go back? Is there, like, a door that I'm missing? Like, maybe there's a secret entrance? Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to go through the window. Okay. That's not great. Why are we going
This will be
here?
obvious later, but my mom never told me any of these stories. Edie would have, but Mom didn't like bringing up the past. Though, when we adopted a stray kitten, She was the one who named it Molly. I spent a lot of time in Great-Grandma Edie's room. We got along, and it was a good place to hide from my mom. When Edie told people Sven was killed by a dragon, she could also have said he was building a dragon-shaped slide that collapsed.
Oh gosh.
She could have, but she didn't. One summer, they evacuated the island, but Edie refused to go. For a few weeks, she was a celebrity.
I don't know. To me, it's like, why did you stay? Other than you, like, either like the spotlight, or if you, or two, there's something you're trying to protect.
I hadn't thought of myself as Edith Jr. for a long, long time. Edie gave a big interview about a mole man living under the Finch house. My mom was furious.
It just seems like someone that, like, loves fame.
Even in her 90s, sometimes Edie seemed a lot younger than my mother.
It just seems like someone that's obsessed with fame. You know what I mean? Like, too
It was
obsessed.
like a museum. For 500 years, the Finches have been famous throughout Norway for their fortune and misfortune. Odin Finch buries the latest victims of the family curse, his wife Ingeborg and their newborn son, Johan.
Why?
On January 7th, 1937, he set sail with his family and his house, hoping to leave the coast. But 40-foot waves off the coast of Washington send the house and Odin to the bottom of the sea. Odin's daughter Edie, with husband Sven
Why would
and
you,
baby
like,
Molly,
try to
step
bring the
ashore in their new
house
home,
across?
Orcas Island.
Like, in my opinion, like, why would you want to bring the house on a ship? Like, one, it's so inefficient to do that. Two, like, if you're going to the New World and you're gonna settle on an island, you have a lot of materials already. You don't need to, like, go and look places. And this is early before, like, building codes, so I don't think anyone would have stopped you from building. And even if, let's say, even if, right, you made it with the entire house in tow. Even if you did that, the entire house would have probably gotten, like, washed away in the next storm due to the fact that would have been foundation issues. Because you would have plopped a house in a place with nothing to stick it to the ground.
Odin Finch is the first to be buried in the new family cemetery. His daughter Edie is already dreaming of a new Finch house.
Again, why didn't he build it? $500 years. Okay.
Whatever's wrong with this family, it goes back a long ways.
And also, why did she seal up, like, Grandma's room as well? Like, if Grandma was still alive, right? Why did she seal up her room? It feels
Edie needed
redundant.
gloves every year, just in time to replace the old ones. Louis died a week before we left, but Edie had already started to memorialize him.
Again, I don't like the prospect that every single time someone dies, she paints a portrait of them, right? And she was painting your portrait before you were about to leave. Like if you were going to die. Girlie, there's something messed up about it. Also, man, is this like pink.
The only trace Grandpa Sam's first wife Kay left on the house was the pink bathroom. It was a pretty big trace.
Yeah, why the hell do you have a rug in your bathroom? How unsanitary this is. Like, one, like, if you have any male, you know, bathroom goers, this is a terrible idea. You know how many times I've cleaned my family's bathroom? And our toilet is right next to the sink. You know how many times I've had to clean pee from underneath the sink? Not just the toilet, underneath the rim of the sink. So let alone, so you can imagine if you have a carpet. Oh gosh, carpet in bathroom, nope. And the amount of fungus is in this room. Like, there's so much fungus in this room. It'd be one thing if it's a bedroom, because you could dry your feet before you come in, and then it's not as fungusy. But like, no, not the pink bathroom, no.
There's a secret in this bathroom. It's in the last place you would look. It isn't in the cupboard. It's hidden in this book.
Oh. No, I didn't want to go in here yet. Girlie, I didn't want to go in here yet. I just wanted to, like, give me a second. I wanted to, like, check some stuff first. Did I just lock myself out of whatever interaction I was gonna do in here? I guess I am. I saw, like, an interact icon on the door. But I guess now it's not gonna work out.
Sven gave Sam an old camera he'd refurbished. He never put it down.
Calvin Finch. Again, everything is about death in this family. Like, pictures. Like, I got family members that died in freak accidents, but I don't memorialize them like this. Hey, how you feeling, girlie? I don't know if you caught my speech after, like, later. You stopped responding after I chatted. I told my opinion. How you feeling, girlie?
I knew Grandpa Sam had a twin. And that he never talked about him.
Yeah. Yeah, my brothers don't even have this. Like, their room is... My brothers... I have twin brothers. So, my brothers are twins. And they've shared their room for their entire life. they don't even get this separation. Like, my brother's bed, one of my brother's beds is underneath the other ones. He slides a mattress that is on the floor, and the other one lays on top of the bed that is on top of that mattress. So, I think this family definitely had more money to make this happen. Let's see what you got here. Is this so that you could jump on your bed? If so, this is like highly unsafe.
I guess my grandpa didn't like history any more than my mom did.
Like, oh gosh, and you put the kids with candles? This is just a fire hazard. It's totally fine. I was just asking how you were. How you were, and you know, I said put my 2 cents about, you know, what I thought about the whole thing.
How I Want to Remember My Brother by Sam Finch.
Oof.
The thing I remember is that when he made up his mind, that was it.
Oh no, this kid's gonna die.
My brother said he'd die before he ate another mushroom. And he did.
Yep. Died before he could do a lot of things, man. You're just gonna have one leg do all the work? Oh, I use
At Barbie's funeral,
both.
we swore we'd never be afraid again. And he wasn't. I think Calvin always wanted to fly.
Sam, Calvin, dinner's ready.
But yeah, what I said
That day,
earlier was I
finally
asked you about
made
the
up his
taxi
mind to
cab
do it.
theory.
I told him going
I
around
asked
was
you
impossible.
if you've heard of the taxi cab theory.
Maybe if I hadn't said that.
Calvin, I'm not gonna tell you again.
Or maybe if the wind hadn't picked up. Then maybe he'd still be
Okay,
there.
this is excessive at this point.
I think he'd already made up his mind. That's what I want to remember about my brother. The day he made up his mind to fly. And he did.
Okay. But again, he should have been fine.
Calvin's story felt strangely familiar. When I was younger, I remember trying to do the exact same thing.
But Calvin should have been fine. I doubt he, like... I feel like that one was over-exaggerated.
After the funeral, Edie roped off Calvin's half of the room.
But it's kind of, like, traumatizing to leave the other half. Like, keep the other kid in the same room. So you're stuck in your brother's memorial. Sleeping in your brother's memorial. That's kind of messed up. That's absolutely messed
Mom
up.
said Grandpa Sam enlisted at 18 and never set foot in the room again.
Yeah, I'd probably do the same thing. If this was the outcome, man. Time after we broke up, his mom said my sister is better than me. Perfect golden child for him. Like I said earlier, taxi cab theory. I don't think if he broke up with you over something so small as your looks,
The passages
that
were a pretty tight
your
fit.
girlfriend, your sister will
Obviously
probably
been
go
built for
through the
smaller
same
hands
thing.
and bellies.
Legitimately. Not wishing it on her. But the thing is that what ends up happening with a lot of people is that when you go and... Okay, let me explain it really quickly. When women, when they fall in love, most women, a lot of them can see a future with this person, and their mind is like, okay, what is the next thing that we want to do, right? What is the next chapter? What is this part, right? Whereas with men, like I said this earlier, men do not realize the woman in front of them until they realize they, one, are clear of mindset of what are they going for in this world, what is their purpose, and what are their values. Once they have all three of those things and they're clear about where they're going, what's gonna happen, and all that stuff, whoever is the girl in front of them, that is going to be the girl that he ends up with. It's not gonna matter about looks. And unfortunately, you ended up dating someone that was not ready. And I feel that your sister's going to go through the same thing, because someone that... This is why my parents, they always said, don't date anyone that's not going in the same direction as you. Someone that is going in the same direction as you has already figured out a clear goal. They have a clear goal. They have a clear idea of their purpose. They may not know how to get there yet. They may have not fully gotten that aspect yet. But as long as they've got most of the way there, by the time that they get that third thing together, you'll be already ready for them. Okay? And so what it sounds like is that the taxi cab light wasn't on for him. You know, the taxi cab light wasn't on for him. It wasn't anything wrong with you. I don't think it was, like I said, I don't think it was anything wrong with you, girly. You're a very smart, you're a very nice person. You know, you're always a very, very nice person in my chat, and I believe you'll find someone better. You know, and I know this. I've helped so many of my friends through relationships similar. So, like I said, don't pay it any mind, and don't hate on your sister just because she's dating him. She definitely is gonna have to apologize at some point, and she probably will, and realize what you realize when he goes off to the next girl, because he's probably gonna say the same exact thing. Probably gonna say the same exact thing because he doesn't have that clear view yet, where he's like, oh, but she was better. Don't rag on her too much. But I think that for right now, don't take it personally. Take this moment to get your circle of friends, talk to your friends, hang out with your friends, get that, and analyze everything in this relation. Take the time, once you've got a clear head, analyze everything that was in that relationship that was right about that relationship, and everything in that relationship that was wrong about that relationship. And then with that information, move on to the next person. That would be the best thing for you.
Edie's father, Odin, built the original house.
I may not be someone that gets into relationships a lot, but I am sure someone that goes and cares about their friend and make sure their friends and make sure that they feel good and they move on to people that deserve them
of Barbara as a child star.
and deserve their energy. So like I said, don't take it personally, girly. He just most likely wasn't ready.
I never thought about how hard it must
And
have
he
been
saved
for
you
her
the
afterwards.
heartache. Again, this is so messed up. Okay, I know this section has copyrighted music. So, give me a second. And then I'm just gonna go like this, and I'm gonna put the music all the way to the bottom. Luckily, I watched another live stream to know that,
Of all the stories people wrote about Barbara's death,
to know what's
I'm
wrong
surprised
with
Edie
it.
saved this one.
Old Jack here with another ghastly tale inspired by America's most unfortunate family. I'm calling it The Surprise Ending of Barbara Finch.
That's not good.
As a child star, Barbara was famous for her scream. Now at 16, she was all washed up. A has-been. But in a lucky break, she'd been asked to perform her signature scream at a local convention for monster movie fans. It was just the boost her career needed. Unfortunately, her scream hadn't aged well.
Getting better. I think you just need the right motivation.
Her biggest fan and current boyfriend, Rick, was about to demonstrate when...
Now that was a great scream.
It was Barbara's father, Sven.
Oh, that's
He'd
not great.
slipped into a table saw and had to
Hey.
be rushed to the emergency room.
Welcome,
So Barbara
Captain Smoker.
got stuck babysitting her youngest brother, Walter. Her convention
Welcome,
comeback
Smoker.
was cancelled.
Okay, I'm hearing frustration, but I'm not hearing terror. What if I tried...
A gang of hoodlums in Halloween masks have been terrorizing Orcas Island tonight. Police are urging residents to...
That came from the basement.
You're right! Also, I loved your delivery on that. Why is your basement door locked?
Because my dad likes making puzzles and secret passages. There's a key hidden in the music box. The secret is to keep winding and winding until finally the key pops out.
Thanks, babe. I'll be back in a sec.
Oh gosh.
20 minutes later...
What's the good news?
...hadn't returned. So
What's the good
Barbara
news?
went to look for him, right on cue. She reached for the music box. And as she wound the key, she listened for Rick, but the house was silent.
I really hope this section is, like, it stays without music. So, what's the good news, Sil? Also, like, why are we going into the basement after there's, like, sound? Like, something crazy is happening? Me and Crocodile are dating. We fell in love, and for the first time, we texted each other on Roblox. Oh, wow.
She found Rick's crutch and imagined the worst.
Again, girly. Why the hell are you going and doing this? Why are you going in the basement at all? You heard a crash in a room that is literally is literally like locked with a music box key. Why are we going in here? It makes no sense. Don't worry, I trust Crocodile. Okay, but make sure that you guys are not rushing through things. Like I said, it's worse if you're rushing through stuff.
The gang's leader is the infamous Hookman killer, Dr. Carl Hamill, who impaled and then ate his family 10 years ago tonight.
Oh gosh. I recognize an Evil Dead reference when I see it. What I don't like is that I can't really tell what's going on. Very easily.
And grew still.
But like I said, go at it slowly. And like I said, analyze the old relationship, realize what's going on, and then what went wrong, and then analyze what happened that went right.
To scare you to help you find your scream.
Well, I'm not scared, Rick. I'm furious.
Then act furious. All I'm getting from you now is that you're hurt and confused and
Why is your boyfriend working on your motivation?
She kept a little something to remember him by.
Barb, have you seen my other crutch?
And she was still holding it when she fell asleep watching.
Why are you keeping the crutch?
Hours later.
Barbara! Walter, what's going on up there? Ah! Okay, I'm coming up, but if this is a trick, you're dead, Walter.
I do love that it's in like a comic book setting. Okay, a skate. Walter.
Walter, are you there? Walter had vanished, but his bedside radio was still on.
Orcas Island police describe the man as 6 feet tall, with a steel hook for a hand. Residents are urged to lock all doors
My
and
hair
windows
is like
and notify the police of
pulling
any
now.
suspicious activity.
Oh, hook guy.
Barbara turned, saw the hook man, and was speechless. He was quite smashing. And whoever he was, he couldn't get enough of Barbara.
Okay, Barbara, there's gotta be another way out of here.
That night, she played her part beautifully.
Now we're in Molly's room. In my opinion, I would just stay in Molly's room. Like, they're not gonna know how to get into Molly's room, right? If Molly's room was, like, sealed off, right? You're not gonna go into this room.
Molly's door hadn't been opened in years. The hinges groaned.
There.
He wasn't moving, but she sensed the story might not be over yet.
Yeah, I would keep an eye on that. I'm just of the opinion that you just, like, you attack until there's nothing there.
Man had vanished. She listened for his breathing, but all she heard was...
No. Don't go for that. That's an obvious trap. Nope. I'm sorry, but that wouldn't be me.
Was dying to speak to young Barbara.
Well, right now, I'm suspecting Granny killed everybody. We're playing as Barbara, and I'm trying not to get copyright infringed. Can I go in here? No. No, I ain't doing that. I'm sorry. But in my opinion, right, if someone's clearly, like, ringing the doorbell, they're gonna come out from somewhere else, right? That's the game plan. So in my opinion, I would just be like, let's go up here. Let's go to Walter's room. But I guess we have to resume with the story because the lady died.
At the door, she heard whispering. I think I see her. It was coming from inside the house.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. That's your response? That's your response.
I'd come to surprise her. For Barbara, it was a dream come true.
Oh dear.
Then she saw what kind of monsters they were, and she realized what was about to happen. She was going to be famous. And with her final breath, Barbara Finch gave the performance of her life. I wasn't there myself, but I hear Barbara was magnificent.
Oh gosh.
Poor girl. She had a taste for stardom. But unfortunately, so did her fans. Of course, the police blamed it all on poor Rick, who disappeared the same night. And little Walter? Hiding under his bed the whole time.
Yeah, that's what I figured was happening.
But that's another story.
She could have just survived by just staying in the passageway.
Was all they ever found of her. Her ear. Now that's what I call a real eerie tale.
Yeah, in my opinion, that was, like...
Edie told me all Barbara wanted was to be remembered, as absurd as that comic was. Maybe what Edie saw was a happy ending.
No, she was like, let's make a lot of money off of her dying. So let's sell the story of her dying to as many people as possible. You know, that's what I think actually happened.
I guess now I know why Mom didn't like me playing with the music box.
We went in all of these rooms. Molly's and Calvin's and all of them. Okay. But yeah.
It's funny. All those times I played with the music box and never found the basement key.
Well, it's because you were you didn't know it was there. You weren't looking for it. And also, if you probably rotated it, and, like, didn't, like, unscrew it. Yeah, not a whole lot. Just like a lot of dead bodies. Like, in my opinion, I'm like, at what point, like, again, you should have brought a chainsaw. Forget secret passageways. Let's try and go and, like, take like a steel saw to this. You know, maybe we might have had more success. You know, we might get into the library, check it out. You wanted to check out the library at some point in your life. Why not now? You know, that's my opinion. But no.
The basement was off limits, unless I wanted another tetanus shot.
Another tetanus shot, please.
I saw Edie sneak down to the basement once, carrying packages.
Are you sure they weren't body parts?
I thought maybe she was hiding presents.
I think that...
It turned out she was hiding a lot more than that.
Okay, so we're able to open this fridge, but we can't open the other fridge? And also, what told you to open this fridge, other than me having, like, an icon? You know what I mean? No! What it should have been, bring help! You're a pregnant lady! You bring no lockpicks, no supplies, and you're going into a house that's structurally unsound and has never seen a building inspector in its entire inception, never had any zoning. There's no zoning on this building. Nothing. And you're in a place that floods and you could be stuck here. And since this place has been gone for like about 7-ish years.
Asking Mom once about where Walter had gone.
You haven't been here for about 7 years. You're telling me that you basically, if you're here, you don't have a plan for if you got stuck.
She said after Barbara died, he got as far away as he could.
You went underground.
If there's a pattern in all these stories, I think it's that none of us has gotten very far.
Again, not good.
Goodbye, everyone. I can't believe I've been down here for 30 years. On that first day, after the shaking started, I didn't think I'd survive a week. But after a few days, I settled into a routine. That's what kept me sane.
Yay.
Living for today.
And he's eating mushrooms.
But if you wait long enough, you get used to anything.
I'm just like,
And a monster on the other side of the door starts to feel normal.
why didn't you just leave, man? Just leave!
And then one day, everything just stopped. Whatever that thing was, it was gone. Maybe it got tired of waiting. Or maybe I just got tired of being afraid.
Again. Why? Why are you subjecting yourself to canned rations?
In 30 years. I'm done waiting. I
Why?
have to leave.
Why are you subjecting yourself to canned rations? And then, like, being like, oh. Like, why did, you went from being in your room with, where your dead brother's, memorial is, to being down here. And you couldn't stand being in that room. Why are you staying here? Like, there's no good reason. Like, I don't have a good, I don't know the methodology of why you would want to stay here. Like, and you went underground. What was your reasoning? Like, for going underground, man, and eating, like, if you were trying to hide from Edie, I'd understand if you're trying to hide from Edie, and you're just like, okay, I just don't want to be around Edie because I feel that she's murdering people. I get that. But, like, leave? In that case? But if it's not that, then, like, if it's not that, then why are we, like, you've been to the outside world. It's not a situation where you're like, oh, I've never seen the outside world. And no, you went to war, man. Like, is it that you're just like, oh yeah, I just, like, I'm scared of, like, she fed you a story? And if that's the case, then, why are you eating war rations? Why are you eating, like, cans of, like, food? Because if you're eating cans of food, like, you're not scared of Edie. Why are you living in the basement then? Like, there are other rooms. It was proven that there's other rooms. Like, and if it's like, oh yeah, I like living in the basement. Okay, why are you still eating the rations then? I don't get it. Yes, but the guy went to war. The guy went to war. He up and left the house at some point and came back after a couple of years. Like, that's what confuses me. Because it'd be one thing if the kid was traumatized and then he was like, I don't feel safe, I want to be underground. That'd be one thing, right? And, like, he never, like, met the outside world, right? It's another thing when you send, the kid goes to war when he's 16 years old, doesn't come back till he's in his 20s, and his first response is like, I need to be in a bunker, and I'm hiding from a monster. I don't get it.
I know it's out there somewhere. And Molly. And Calvin.
If the whole thing is that you think that this thing had killed everyone, you know what I mean? Like, your family members, why are you still here?
Maybe this is all a mistake.
Why are you still here, man?
But I need to stop living the same day, even if it kills me. Whatever's out there, I want you to know I'm ready for it. I'm going to appreciate all of it, especially the food. I don't mind if I only have a year left. month or a single week. I'd be happy with one new day. I can already imagine the sun.
He was scared of the monster, the grandma, and it would kill him. But then, if you're scared of the grandma, why did you go back to the house after the war?
Walter died when I was 6. I can't believe my mom never told me he was down here.
Like, why? Like, why did he, like, come back? If he's scared of the grandmother, why did he come back to the house? There's a difference between, like, you can't have this, you can't have, okay, he's scared of the monster,
I'm sure my mom was
monster in the
trying to protect
basement,
me.
right? And also have a guy go to war. You know, and up and leave the house. And you can't have it that he, like, is scared of the grandmother, but he also comes back to the house. And the only third thing that it could be is that he's not scared of the grandmother, he trusts the grandmother, but then why is he eating war rations? Like, why is he eating, like cans? Like, it doesn't, like, if Edie's giving him the food, right, and that's the reason why she's bringing the packages, because clearly he trusted her enough that he was receiving packages from her, right? So if that's the case, then it doesn't make sense that, like, I don't know, maybe I'm thinking too hard about it, but, like, that's what my thoughts are. Yeah, that's sad. Likes trains. They... Like, I need the logic. Because if you lasted
Maybe she
about
was afraid I'd end up like Walter.
3 years in war, it's kind of hard.
But if she never told me about an uncle under the house, I can only imagine what else she was hiding.
But what I'm saying is that I think this detail wasn't thought through enough, right? Edie provided, not providing food to the bunker, it was stashed in food. Then why was she bringing packages down to, down to the basement? Why was she bringing packages down to the basement religiously? She was bringing boxes. It's mentioned as a detail. She's bringing boxes down to the basement, and people don't, and, like, Edith thinks that these boxes are presents, right? But her mother won't let her down to the basement. She actually, like, even, like, stops her from turning the music box key because she doesn't want her to go down to the basement, and she doesn't want to follow her grandmother down into the basement, where she's bringing Walter the boxes, because that would be the only reason why you're bringing cannery boxes down to the basement. You're not storing them. You're absolutely not storing them because you have a ton of cans up at the top.
Mistakes she made.
Like, you have more than enough food.
That's still alive.
Like, it doesn't make sense. That's the only reason why I say the story doesn't make sense in that section, because Edith mentions he goes off to war. The grandmother brings the cans down to it, so he clearly wasn't scared of the grandmother. So what was he scared of? Because it makes no sense. Why did he go down there? And also, if he was truly scared of something that was down there, why didn't he go up with the grandmother to the top?
Now that there's only one of us left, or maybe two.
That was only one thing. That's the one detail I'm like, okay, that one doesn't make sense. Because the details conflict. Like, Molly makes sense, right? Molly, I fully think that it might have been like a story that the handwriting's the same in all of these notebook entries, right? The writings are the same. I wouldn't be surprised if Molly had a diary at some point, and then the grandmother took elements from her final night, right? Of what she wrote as her her ramblings, right? And then cobbled it into a diary entry, right? Because all the diaries are written in the same handwriting. That's another thing that I've noticed.
So much in a family curse. We made it real.
Why are all the handwriting in the same handwriting? All the diary entries are in the same handwriting. All the messages are in the same handwriting. Like, it's just like, it doesn't quite, like, again, that's one detail that it bothers me. That's the one detail that bothers me.
I don't know if I should even be writing this.
You know? Like, Calvin's fine. Like, that one had different writing, right? His stuff had different writing. But his stuff doesn't need to have the same writing because it's written from someone that doesn't know how your brother died. Right? It's written from the perspective of, I'm going to remember him like this, but I don't know how he died. Right? It's presumed because of the visual that we're given. Right? But we don't actually, it never says in the letter how did Calvin actually die. It's whatever Edith thinks that Calvin died based upon whatever Edie probably told her about how Calvin died. For all we know, the letter that Walter left that says, I'm going to remember my brother like this, could have been a whole different thing. It could have been the fact that literally he doesn't know how his brother died. Edie probably told him. Because it doesn't seem like someone that would know how his brother died. It doesn't come from a place of, I saw him fly into the ocean. Right? It's not plausible. You're not going to wrap around that swing set like that. But if you did a fantastical story, like, what I think happened, because considering Calvin already had broken limbs, like, in my opinion, I think that Calvin was probably getting abused. Like, in my opinion, right? He had broken limbs already. He had a broken cast. Right? He had a broken cast. We know not to trust any of the visual aids that were given about these stories. Because none of them match whatever was written. None of them. Barbara's, when I looked very carefully at it, in my opinion, right? Also, the game, by the way, I saw your comment, Sylvia. It's going well. I'm just like, there's details that aren't matching up, and I'm cobbling a theory, but there's something wrong here. There's something absolutely wrong here. Right? Because there's details that don't make sense. Right? There's details that don't make sense. The handwriting's in the same handwriting. Molly's handwriting is the same handwriting as the grandmother's. And the Walter's handwriting was the same handwriting. So, in my opinion, like, Barbara's also didn't make sense. Because think about it, right? If we're trying to dissecting the make-believe story, because it's obviously a make-believe story. It's a comic book, right? Let's cobble this together, right? Let's look at it from the idea of what is the spin we could put on this story, right? What could have killed Barbara? We know Walter didn't know what killed Barbara. That's the one thing we do know. We know that no one knows how Barbara died. They just know that supposedly her ear was left behind. Supposedly. But, in my opinion, right? Look at the details of it. So, Sven comes back with a broken hand. With, like, a sliced up hand. That's one detail that stands out to me, that why would that be included? Right? That's one detail where I'm like, why would Sven's hand being messed up be included? Other than you would need a hook for the hand. When I head out, Crocodile joins in and you can have a chat with him about how to treat me if you want, of course. Totally. Like, in my opinion, what I think happened, right? This is what I think happens. Sven gets his hand cut in the basement. Because where they come out of is roughly where the basement is. When we see all the blood and the gore and everything like that, it looks like someone who was doing carpentry sliced their hand open. Right? That's what looks like. And it's an odd detail to leave into a comic book that Sven's hand was damaged. It's an odd detail. Unless it was intentional. That's one thing that I'm like, that's intentional. Another thing, right, is that the very heavy reliance on radios. Very heavy reliance on radios. And the other thing that I also can see is Barbara, in my opinion, the reason why Edie would want to kill Barbara's having a hard time. Barbara has a waitress job. Barbara's does not have the same fame as her family does. And at this moment in time, she's already high off of the idea of, like, getting popularity. Right? She's high off the idea. And Barbara's thing is painted. And Edie must have made the decision to kill Barbara, because if she paints her in her waitress outfit. She paints her in her waitress outfit that she wore the day before, because her waitress outfit and roller skates are hanging on the banister. And you either had to take a picture of her beforehand, or she had to be wearing that the day before. And she must have sat down for that picture. I think one of the two. right? So that's one detail that stood out, in my opinion. That's one detail that stood out to me. Another detail that also stood out to me is she went through Molly's room. She went through Molly's room, but then came out of Molly's room. Which, the secret passageway, I get it. You know, the secret passageway exists, right? But why didn't she just hide? Why would you know that she went through the secret passageway unless you told someone that the secret passageway was there? Right? If I had to guess, right, on how did she die? Right, because Ricky went missing too. Is she died in Molly's room. I think she died in Molly's room. Legitimately. She moved over to that, and since Molly's door, like the door to the secret passage naturally slammed shut, right? In my opinion, hi Sir Crocodile, in my opinion, right, there had to be where it slammed shut. It's close enough for Walter to hear what happened to her. It's close enough, right? He's under his bed. He's under his bed. That's a detail where Edie would know because Edie would have found him, right? So he's under his bed. The door is closed because Barbara would have gone through the room to Molly, right? Something was stalking her. And I would bet you she died in Molly's room. Did Syl want you to tell me something? She wants me to tell you how to treat her. In order to make sure that you treat her well. You know.
But I thought you should know about your family. And the history you're a part of.
But yeah.
Though to be honest, I feel as lost as you probably do right now.
Did Syl want you to tell me? So, yeah. But because of her last relationship,
people in these stories believe.
Because of other, also her last relationship, but also she has a lot of friends that have been toxic in her life before. Like, we worked through a lot of her issues. Because, well, I'm not a therapist. Don't take any of my advice as therapy. Please don't. I am not a therapist. But I do acknowledge that I am someone that I have studied. I've had to study a lot of stuff, and I've had a lot of friends that I've had to help through a lot of relationships. So I do have a lot of insight, so that's why I make sure that I'm very clear. Let me see. But yeah, there's some things that I think don't add up in this thing. I do think that Barbara, by the way, she was murdered by Edie in Molly's room because they needed a story. They were working on, she was under pressure to go and come with it, but to come up with something as an actress, but she wasn't getting anything.
And when you look at the house, that history of imagination and stubbornness and madness,
yes,
any of it seems possible.
What I told her today was to keep in mind the taxi cab theory. Keep in mind the taxi cab theory of that, you know, because I'm trying to make sure that she understands that her relationship with Harvey wasn't her fault. You know what I mean? You know, him making that decision was not great, but it wasn't her fault. And
I think we've been surrounded by death for so long, we've just gotten used to it.
yeah, but there's a difference, girly.
What kind of family finishes building a cemetery before starting the house? It's embarrassing for me to admit this, but...
Who else have you not seen for a while? I haven't seen Visago. I have not seen in a good while IDK.
The pet cemetery may be more uncomfortable than the human one. 3 of the gerbils are mine, and 2 had been my fault.
2 have been my fault. Yeesh. Yeah. I think this is also another thing of, like, the amount of animals that have died, right? If these are all dogs and cats, majority of them, right? Theoretically. Oh, wait. Let me see. Wait. Theoretically, like, this is the family tree. The family tree spans, if Edie got here roughly in 1930, right? Roughly in 1930, 1937, something like that, right? And the whole story spans till, like, 2017, per se, mathematically, right? That's approximately. What about drama? Yeah, drama is also another one that's missing. There's a bunch of other ones. Hey, Brody, haven't seen you in a minute. But yeah, so if she roughly around 1937, let's just say, let's just to make our timeline easy. 1937 will give or take, that's like 70 years. 70 years. That's way too many pets to have died for a 70-year thing. Look at all of this, right? Your pets are live, if we're lucky, 15 years, right? But most of them, if you look carefully, they don't survive that long. You see my drawing? Sorry for, I was bad at drawing. I haven't seen it yet, but I'll check it. Like, look at all these pets. They don't survive very long. Like, for this one, right? 1993, so that's 14. That's a decent amount of time. You know, but some of these, like, the pet didn't live very long. Look at these. So this one didn't even last, like, 8 years. Yeah, Saruso's missing, too. Saruso's missing. I figured out the whole Milton story. You have? Tell me. Like, this one didn't even last 4. And these are the dogs? Okay, the fish is makes sense. But in my opinion, right? What is our... What do you want to bet the years that these pets died are on the off years of when family members did not die? What do you want to bet? In my opinion. Like, let me see. Did someone die in 1988? No, no one died in 1988. Let's see. Who died? Did someone die in... What is that? 2009? Let's see. Did someone die in 2009? 2010, but not 2009. Like I said, what do you want to bet that on the off years that Edie killed something every single year? That is my theory. Edie killed something every single year. This solidifies my theory. 72. Did anyone die 72? Nope. No one died 72. Other than the pet. Like I said, what do you want to bet that every single pet that died, Edie had a hand in killing it? And because they were pets, no one noticed. You know what I mean? Like she says, 2 of these were technically Edith's fault, but the rest of them, they died. It turns out Edie was bringing boxes down to the basement and trying to open the bunker door. It was later taken out. Who killed Barbara? Mm-hmm. Like I said, where the possible exit would be. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if the exit's the library. What do you want to bet that exit's the library?
Sven built the house, but it was Edie who designed the cemetery.
Again. Like, look at this. Sven. Edie. Walter. All of them die on an off year that a pet doesn't die. All of them die.
I'm sure Odin's monument had been Edie's idea.
Hey, Velvet.
My mom was always trying to move on, but for Edie, the past never went away.
Also, I haven't seen Roof. That's another one. For those of you who've been asking, who have I not seen? I haven't seen Roof in a minute.
She could see it poking out of the water at low tide.
Yeah. She then told a mole man was under the house. Yeah, but that's told when they're still there.
Edie said she dreamed about the old house every night.
Again, in my opinion, Edie was
Edie's
killing
side was
something
always
every
easier for
single
me to
year.
Understand. But the older I get, the more I can see where my mom was coming from. Her dad had been pretty strict, but it wasn't enough to save her brothers. She was just trying to do better.
Yup. Gus. Finished the chapter today and got a book of 20.
She lost 2 of her brothers, just like I did. I get why she tried so hard to protect us. We never found Milton's body, so my mom insisted we were putting up a monument, not a tombstone.
Sanjay Kumar. I presume this is her dad, Sanjay, which died in 2002. Louis, the king.
There's so many things I wish I could ask my mom now.
Now they made
Part
still
of me
ways to
thinks
be.
this is what she wanted all along. For me to come back someday and find everything out for myself.
And Masquerade. Vampire the Masquerade. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I haven't seen Ruve in a minute. I haven't seen...
Looking back on it now. If she told me there was going to be so much climbing, I never would have come when I was 22 weeks pregnant.
Yep, there it goes. This is like so bad. Like, girly, what are you doing? This is how you had to get to your home?
Grandpa Sam, but I think he and my mom had a lot in common.
I don't like the fact that we have like a whole section of the house that is like on a cantilever system. Like, you have to be really good, nimble to get to it. That's like messed up. Like, this is a... There are so many zoning violations here. So many. So many zoning violations. Oh, wow. Hey, it's Saruso. I haven't seen you in a minute.
Shooting photos, but Mom said he got.
How's the theater work?
The camera. I guess we're all afraid of something.
Hmm. Nope. Not ready for that yet.
Instead of hiding from death, Sam seemed to go out of his way to meet it.
Yeah, all I gathered so far. Back for more findings. This is sealed up. Ken, why is your mom, like, having you go back for this stuff? Like, it seems so stupid. Hey, Xavier. Welcome. How you been? I'm doing good, by the way. We just playing this game for the holiday stream. You know. Oh my gosh. Polaroids. Oh my gosh.
Dawn, I promise, you'll never forget this weekend.
Yes, sir.
These memories are gonna last a lifetime.
Mm-hmm. What? Am I good?
Perfect.
It's gonna rain the whole weekend, isn't it?
So how you been doing, Saruso? What you been up to? I think I'm okay. I don't know yet. Why do you not know yet? Xavier, what's going on?
I will never forget this weekend, Dad.
That's the spirit. Smile, Dawn. Okay, got it.
I'm gonna take some pictures, okay?
Just be careful. That camera's older than you are.
You're right, Dad. It's starting to clear up.
Still freezing, though.
Okay, I'm trying to see what am I supposed to take a picture of. So what you been up to? I guess I take a picture of this. Good so far.
Definitely should not have drunk all that coffee.
Hey!
That's a keeper. Hold still while I take a picture of you.
I'm just saying, I'm not always gonna be here, Dawn. You'll need to remember this stuff, if you want to survive.
I'll be fine, Dad.
You know who else thought he was gonna be fine?
I'm good so far.
Some guy who died.
That's good.
Dawn, I'm being serious.
I know, Dad. You're always serious. Doesn't being out here make you want to chill out?
Well, to tell you the truth, I haven't been out here in 20 years. Dawn, don't you think you could find something more interesting to photograph?
It's better than nothing. Yeah. Yeah.
You don't need to waste any more film on me, kiddo.
Well, I just wanted to take a picture of you. That's your dad.
Last time I was with my brother Calvin. Man, that was a great trip. Your grandpa Sven taught us how to fish, how to build a fire. We found an old logging trail. There were deer everywhere.
Being sucky. Okay. Yeah, it's better than nothing.
If I could remember where that trail was, we'd spot a buck for you in no time. Give me a minute to check the map. Let's see. Maybe. Or was it?
Am I just supposed to find the trail? Am I supposed to find the trail? I'm kind of clueless on what I'm supposed to do. Am I supposed to find a buck? I'm like trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do. I'm like... Maybe there's something I'm missing? What am I missing? Sorry for my little depressive story. I hope you're doing good for Christmas. Yeah, yeah. I've had like I wasn't in the best mind space for the holidays. I definitely wasn't. But I've gotten better. You know, I'm in a better headspace now. But it took me a minute to like, I had to stop. Like, for a while I was like, okay, I'm not allowed to listen to like sad songs for a while, because I was getting in that scary mind space that I get during holidays, and I was like, we ain't doing that. We're not doing that. Self-control. Nope. 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 And I'm going through this like growing pains period of like trying to like, my brain is like, okay, what am I supposed to do in this section? I'm like missing what I'm supposed to do. You guys know? Because I'm missing what I'm supposed to do. Is there a deer I'm supposed to spot that I'm like not spotting? But I was getting into that headspace that I do over the holidays, and like, I'm gonna give myself a second because my brain is like, I can't come up with what I'm supposed to do in this section. I gotta look it up. But I'm gonna give myself a little break because I have been streaming for quite a while, so let me give myself a minute to like chat. To chit chat for a minute. But yeah, so, oh, wow, my face. But yeah, I was getting in that scary, sad mind space, and my brain wasn't mentally doing well for a bit, mostly because, you know, I told you guys, like, right when my movie premiere happens, is that my body kind of has, like, this weird thing where my brain will know that I'm done with stuff, but then my body will still act like I'm stressed. It'll still act like I'm stressed, and it will still act as if I'm still gonna have that crazy thing that was gonna happen, right? And nothing bad's gonna happen, but my brain and my body is like still in that mode that survival mode. And so I was like in that mode, but I was not doing well because I was also not feeling as productive as I usually am, because it's draining a lot of energy. But it's draining a lot of energy, but in a way that, like, I can't, like, push through. And so it made me sad, because I'm like, my brain, I'm just like, I'm trying my best, and I'm trying to get videos done and stuff like that. And I usually have, like, a way of, like, finding that, like, tiny spark of, like, motivation, or the tiniest of things to keep me going, right? I usually do. But I was having a hard time with that, because I was in that bad state, right? That weird state. And then I was just like not feeling it. And then I was like, okay, let me force myself to rest during these holidays. Force myself into a state of rest. So that's why I told you guys I was not going to do anything for the holidays. I was not going to do anything on Christmas. I was not going to do anything, you know, I was going to try to, you know, lay off of Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, because I needed the break. I needed a break actively. I needed it because my body was, like I said, it was in disharmony. It was in complete disharmony. And so, you know, I felt not motivated, and that made me frustrated because I was not motivated. I forced myself to relax and just focus on things that are like, okay, what do I do that I need to get done, but it's not something work related, right? What do I need to do? So, like, can I do some gig work so I can make some money, right? Or let me help my mom with dinner, right? Let me focus on the gifts. Let me focus on the holiday. Let me force myself to watch Muppets Christmas, even though without, like, doing work while watching movies, because I only really watch movies nowadays, or videos, if I'm doing work at the same time. And as sad as that sounds. So for me, I needed to force myself to relax. I needed to force myself to just walk away for a minute. Walk away, take a break. I don't usually take a break. You guys, like, this is part of the reason why I go and force myself into paid holidays, because it forces me to relax. Because I'm disconnected my computer. Whatever happens on my computer, I cannot do anything. Everything's pre-recorded, everything's like that. So if anything happens, there's nothing I can do. But there's a beauty of not being able to do anything about it. Because when there's nothing you can do about something that is stressing you about work, you can kind of be like, okay, well, I can come back to that whenever I need to come back to it. Right? That's the beauty of it. But with me, I've been stressing because, you know, usually I'll spend money to go somewhere, to go away and give myself a minute, and I couldn't force myself, you know, and so I had to force myself through the holiday in a way. And then I started feeling better yesterday because I did that. And I got a lot of work done. And then I didn't feel as stressed as I had been feeling. I didn't realize that I was under so much stress. That's the thing. I'm always that person that, like, I do a lot of stuff, but I don't realize I'm very, very stressed and very, very, like, I'm driving myself crazy. And so I didn't realize I was driving myself crazy. And it took me a minute to be like, because I was getting into that bad headspace of, like, I'm listening to sad music, I'm getting super, super frustrated at myself, I'm very sad. I talked to my friend about this a bunch. And I'm, like, being hard on myself for no reason. And so that's why I was like, I had to take myself out of the equation. And I was like, and it was kind of a good thing that yesterday there was not, it was out of my control that I could not do a live stream. Like, there was nothing I could do about the live stream, because there was kind of a beauty to that, where even though, yes, it was frustrating for me because, you know, I couldn't do the live stream, but in a way, I was stressed about the fact I couldn't do the live stream, and that I was trying to keep the house, like, good, because they were going to bring over the guy that was going to buy the boat. But it was something that was a normal stress. It was a normal stress. It wasn't work-related stress. And I was able to give myself the time and the patience to be like, okay, you are stressed, but, you know, you can control this, you know? You can control this version of it. And that's why I was like, okay with it. I was like, okay, I'm willing to sit with this, right? I'm willing to sit in this discomfort, and just force myself to do anything but the channel. Do anything but the channel. Because, like I said, I don't hate the channel. I love the channel. You guys give me an escape. But sometimes I'm so busy competing and trying to treat this as a business that I forget why it was fun in the first place. And so I had to, you know, just like get out of my own head for a minute. And I think I'm probably gonna do that more often. Like, I think that I seriously had to consider, like, I was like, maybe what I do is I need to have more of these, like, I either need to stream 2 times a week and really dedicate myself to those 2 times a week, or 2, what I need to do is just have a couple weeks, like, have like a couple of, you know, like once every couple of weeks, just give myself a week or a couple days off, right? A forced couple days off where I have no choice but to do it. That way I'm still competing and I'm still doing everything that I'm doing, you know, for the channel, but I'm keeping myself checked in. I'm keeping myself checked in, and I'm keeping myself from driving my own self crazy, because that was the problem I was facing. And I felt better today, and I felt better yesterday when I just let myself not drive myself crazy. And eventually, like I said, I'll feel so much better eventually. Because if you guys ever heard of the study of burnout, they say that, like, when you have experienced burnout, it takes however amount of months it took for that amount, for whatever happened to you, it takes like several times that to, you know, heal from it, right? And I think that's what's happening. I think that's what's happening, and I'm just like, I'm getting there, but I'm just not there yet. So, like I said, I'm happy that you guys are being patient with me. I'm happy that you guys are, you know, giving me the space to, you know, just feel good in myself. And eventually, I'll be back up to where I was in summer. I'll bet you, because like I said, not like I said, brain. Like what happened in summer, the reason why summer works so well is that I had nothing competing. I had nothing competing with it. And I think that that's why summer worked out so well. And I have to remind myself that summer only worked well because there was nothing going on. And I can't compare myself to who I was in August, as I am right now going into January. So, I'm giving myself a lot of grace. I'm forcing myself to reevaluate, and I'm giving myself some time. But that's the thing. That's what's going on. So, let's get back in the game. And I hope you guys, like, take that take how I'm giving myself grace, and you give your own self some grace. Like, because it is a hard thing to, like, get used to. I'm trying to figure out what am I missing. Yeah. Hey, Neon Crystal. But yeah. But that's the thing. I hope what I'm saying now, like, tells you to, like, give your own self grace.
Don.
Like, you guys give your own self grace.
Before you take the shot, let me get a picture of you.
Dad, I...
Just breathe. Turn off your imagination. Focus on your target. Let me get behind you.
Let me see.
Do I have to do this?
Dawn, you don't have to do anything. But if you want to survive, you'll need to be strong. Great shot, Dawn!
Oh, poor girl. Oh, no.
I'm proud of you, Dawn. Always remember that, okay?
No. The poor child.
Sorry, Dawn. Just gotta reset the timer.
Oh my gosh.
Dad, it's twitching. I think
That's totally normal, Dawn. Just focus on the camera. Try not to think about...
Oh. Oh, there you go. Well, that's one way to die.
Of all these stories, that's the one I wish most that my mom had told me.
Don't call Monty when he's sleeping. Please don't. Don't please. You want another lawsuit from Fastpair's hands. Yep. We're not gonna, like... My thing is, like, why aren't we, like, trying to, like, get into other places?
After Sam died, my mom and Edie got really close. They'd both lost a lot.
Look at that. Look at the crayons. Siding. Windows. Oh gosh. Again, why did you take it? Why did you paint a... It's worse that she painted it. Like, it'd be one thing, right? That she, like, if she just was like, okay, I'm just going to, like, take a picture of the child. The fact she spent time painting it on a wood stump is another thing. Also, Chipper haunts all the FNAF games. Scott said that himself. Ooh, the divorce papers. Oh, gosh. Yeah, Gregory never got to use that. It looks like for Dawn, that's another thing.
Imagine my mom ever writing poetry, and yet...
And Gus died. This whole place groans. I don't like the fact that this place groans the way it does. And also the fact that it's a hazard just to get to this side of the house.
Dear Kay, do you remember the way Gregory used to laugh when he thought he was alone? Like something funny was happening, but only he could see it. I think he saw things the rest of us don't.
Again, the handwriting's the same. That's what bothers me. The handwriting's the same. And I think it's intentional. Part of me thinks it's intentional. You know?
Back time's over, Gregory. It's time to...
Oh gosh.
Hold on, sweetie. Hello? Sam, I told you I don't want to talk right now.
I wonder what he saw.
There's a baby. Like... Freddy died near the backstage generator again.
His world was
like...
He reminded me so much of Calvin.
What I think, like I said,
Lost in his imagination.
It's such a weird thing that it's a letter on divorce papers, but it's written, everything else is typed, and then this is written to Kay. Right? It feels weird. You know what I mean?
Whatever it was he saw, it sure made him happy.
I'm just like... I'm just like... I don't like the implications of this. I don't like the implications.
I know how silly it sounds.
Okay, so we're gonna make a bubble bath.
Too happy.
Is that what's happening?
But I can feel him slipping away.
Like...
Sorry about that, Gregory.
I know you did everything you could. Maybe if I hadn't called that night.
Damn it.
Oh my gosh. This is what you don't do. Madam.
I wish you could have told us.
This poor child. again, I think this was an accident. Like, it either was an accident or Edie.
I don't understand.
Or Edie did it. But if Edie did it, like, Edie had to have. Like, my opinion, if Edie did it, right? It's one of two theories. Edie, like, the lady walked out of the bathroom. Edie goes in, kills the baby, right? By drowning it. The other option is that Edie, like, the baby dies by pure accident, which I think is what happened. But Edie decides, I'm going to go and I'm gonna go and make it worse by adding this writing, right?
To be happy too.
And this causes Kay to descend into madness.
Love, Sam.
Because again, don't like the fact that it's the same handwriting. And while Kay doesn't die, I don't think she comes back. She's willing to abandon the family. And abandon the family. Like, she checks out.
A poem for Gus, who always said the wedding was a bad idea. Our father never hit us kids, at least not very hard, before the day my brother said with teenage disregard that he'd be dead before he'd see a wedding in our yard.
So, the remarried.
My father made him come, of course, but Gus stood far apart, just flew his kite and bottled up the storm inside his heart.
So was it somebody else's wedding, or was it the family? Was their mother or their father?
Out of it, but though he'd never met her, we don't need a stepmom, were the words that I remember.
Yeah, that's what I figured. They got a stepmom. Because the girl, their mom divorced and then abandoned the family after that letter. Like, that's the only thing I can think of.
Came, Dad ordered him to come here. But Gus declined and as a sign held up his middle finger.
I think that this is probably the moment where, like, Edie plans her next target, because if Edie is, like, planning her next target here, right? That's what I think's happening. Edie plans her next target. Like, and she's like, oh, it's this one. Right? Because he's, like, not wanting to be part of the family, right? He's not wanting to be part of pictures and all that stuff. So why would you want...
The wind picked up, and panicked geese appeared and quickly went. But all the humans did that day was go inside the tent.
They went inside a tent? Why didn't you go inside the house, is a question. And also there's somebody up here, which is an odd detail. Someone stayed out here.
The rain came down in buckets then, but no one seemed afraid that nature might destroy the tent our dad had crudely made.
Also, why are they forcing her to do this? like, make a poem about her brother's death, that's kind of shrewd.
The thunder sounded much too close and full of angry power. But all my father said to this was, make the music louder.
And so is he gonna be blown into the sky? Like sucked into the sky or electrocuted? I feel like the tent was a bad choice. Like, why didn't everybody go into the, my question is, why didn't the family go into the house? Because, like, at this point, it's raining, it's storming, and, like, there's a risk of lightning. At what point do you just be like, maybe we go inside the house that maybe is structurally unsound, but at least if we get hit by lightning, it's not gonna be a big deal? You know?
I wish that I could truly say I thought about you on that day. Out there on the beach alone, just you, the wind, the sea, and foam. But I didn't. Until we found you.
She never talked about him, but Mom told me once if I was a boy, they were going to name me Gus.
I feel like you were just trying to doom the family at that point. Like, why would you want to, like, one, it's a thunderstorm. No tent is advised during a thunderstorm, right? You wouldn't want the tent in a thunderstorm because even if, let's say, you're under that tent, you could still get electrocuted. Right? It's not a good idea. Go into the structures that, while not structurally sound, by my opinion, you would have still survived. Right? And then, why was someone out on the cliff? That's another thing. Gus, like, died. Like, they found Gus. That's the thing. That's another detail that I find. They found Gus. I feel like Edie made the decision when Gus was, like, not wanting to be part of family activities that she was like, oh, this is the perfect opportunity. Right? This is absolutely the perfect opportunity.
My mom moved up to the loft after her brothers died.
You know? She's like, oh, this is the perfect opportunity to do this.
As far away as she could get.
Again, why are we doing this? You're 22 weeks pregnant. Why the hell are you doing this? Like, this is a terrible idea. Like, one, this is kind of nice. You got a window and all this stuff, but, like, what I kind of don't like about this is that you're basically, like, you have to slide down. In order to get to the dinner table, you slide down, go through a secret passageway, which is also not great. Like, the logistics of this child's room. You slide down this pole, you go through a secret passageway. Secret passageway takes you into your dad's, like, room. Your dad's room. Then, once that takes you to your dad's room, you then go and eat outside. And then, in order for you to go inside the house, the other part of the house, you gotta climb down a whole balcony system next to a graveyard to then go through the front door of the house. That is such excessive. That's so excessive, unnecessarily.
She spent a summer building houses in Calcutta, where she met my dad, Sanjay.
Yeah, and Sanjay died.
Religion was another thing my mom never talked about, but I think it helped her a lot after her dad died.
Yeah, I would believe she would need it. Like, that's a crutch that she probably moved upon because she was like, maybe all of my family members are in heaven.
Lewis was born a year later.
She's like hoping that her family's in heaven.
When my dad died, I don't think Mom knew where else to go. I'm sure Edie was happy to have her back.
Yeah, this is not a good outcome. Dawn, Lewis,
And to see kids in the house again.
ugh, that's not good. I don't like how that sounded. So Dawn, so from what I'm seeing, she had a lot of stuff, but she didn't focus a lot on herself. Edith, she spent a lot of time on herself, and these look like tomato plants. Tomato plants, which are very fruitful. This is Milton. Milton's very indicative of himself because rather than planting anything, he's making a sandcastle. So that's indicative of his character. Lewis, from what I'm seeing, these are all seasonings. So mint, which is a terrible thing to have. Like, mint basically grows into everything, which, yes. Thyme, sage, and basil. These ideally are really good seasonings, but the mint is the one that stands out because it ruins the bunch. So it ruins the bunch. So it basically tells a lot about their childhoods. This one was allowed to be very creative and allowed to do a lot of stuff, and was nurtured, but wasn't really looked after. Doesn't have a lot of high maintenance from what I'm seeing, because these look like not high maintenance. Actually, if I'm not wrong, those are like roses. Perennial roses. These are tomato plants. I would bet you they're tomato plants. Tomato plants, they are indicative, since they grew so, like, the leaves indicated they grew very well. Right? They grew very well and stuff like that. She fostered her creativity, but she made sure to make sure she was practical for the most part. But she was fascinated by people. Lewis, she made sure he was super practical, but she didn't pay attention to the small details. Like, for example, you wouldn't plant mint in a pottery like this. A potter system like this, because the mint will kill everything else. So that means that she raised him to be practical, but she didn't pay attention to him closely enough to know when something was wrong.
But Edie was used to that. And for a while, things were good.
Looks like they were homeschooled, from what I'm understanding here. Definitely homeschooled. Our family's history, fact or fiction. Oh gosh. Hate that. ADEHILMQRUVZ. Reading is a hoot.
But it didn't last.
Yeah, obviously it didn't last. The Cure. Odin. So they were homeschooled for a time. living out here and they were doing family projects. Their mother raised them Christian because of the cross that's indicated over here. And from what I'm seeing, Dawn, teach to learn to yada yada yada. So they had like a Catholic school type upbringing. But with a Catholic school upbringing, but with a heavy basis in science. And I do believe that because of the altar and also the focus on scientific method. And this is a science project. Like diorama. Now, it may not be on a science project, but it's close. And this is very... And her mother was definitely, like, taught science, because this is the animal kingdom and biology. So her mother tried to give her as much information as possible as her other brothers did. From what I'm grasping from this whole room.
The beginning of the end was Milton's 10th birthday, when Edie gave him a castle.
Edie gave him a castle. Oh no.
After Milton disappeared, the only thing he left behind was a room full of paintings.
I feel like there's a secret compartment in here. There has to be. Let me check over here. So I feel like I want to check everywhere because I don't want to miss. And especially when you can look over here, like you want to go and look at the small details. This game is giving a lot more details than I thought it would. That's what I figured when I watched a lot of other people's playthroughs. Like, the game is giving you a lot of details, but it's up to you to look at those details and dissect them properly. Let me see. I understand this correctly. Because we're able to go in here, right?
I think Edie was happy to finally have another painter in the family.
And that's his character. This is his world. Wait a minute. Why is this familiar? This place is oddly familiar. In such a weird way. Right? There's something weird about this. Why are they showing us a picture of this building? Let me see. Let me see. I'm trying to read. Now available. New American Whispers. Okay. American Whispers now available. Huh. Okay. I'm trying to read these news articles because why do we have a lot of the same news article here? Like I said, I'm paying attention to a lot of details because they seem like they're very important. Like, more important than the game is.
Milton Finch in The Magic Paintbrush.
It's a flip book. Let's see. I'm paying attention to it very closely. I'm trying to like pay attention to see if there's like details hidden in the margins. There is. There's. I'm like trying to figure out if there's something. Let me see. Because I'm trying to figure out. If there's something to this. Trying to keep it slow. Because there's something here that I'm not quite... Okay, the door opens. He goes in. He bows to us. And closes the door. Because it feels unfinished. It's a flip book that looks unfinished. It's a flip book that's unfinished. That sits unfinished. This tower is so familiar. Like there's something wrong about it. I can't quite put my finger on what's wrong about it.
Mom spent months searching for my brother. Then she sealed the doors.
Really didn't seal it good enough. There's that. There's something to this. Right? I'm trying to like...
Milton had found in the house. Mom didn't want it getting out.
I'm trying to dissect all the details of this. Because my brain's finding patterns in this.
Mom definitely blamed Edie, but I think Lewis blamed himself. After he graduated, he just spent more and more time in his room. Until Mom got him a job at the cannery.
Okay. Why is he in a boat? Why are you living in a boat? Like, this is child abuse. You get your kid a thing at the cannery and you like are like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have you live inside a boat. On the top of a very, very high tower that I'm worried about how it's even structurally sound.
Very, very familiar. That part of him lived on.
Okay. Let me see. He has medication VHS tape. So this tells me 90s. Stuck in the 90s. An old Dell computer. Locker contents.
Lewis and I spent a lot of time playing games together, but he was surprisingly bad at them. He died a lot.
Well, that was foreshadowing. Okay. So, he was into that green goddess. So, he had a rig. Are we able to open this door? Yeah, we can. It's another way out of here. But why? Why are there two ways to go out the same direction? Right? There's one way going this way and one way going the other way. That's suspicious to me. Okay. Am I even live? I haven't heard feedback from myself. I'm like, I don't know. Okay, Dawn Finch. Okay.
Dear Mrs. Finch, as Lewis's psychiatrist, I can understand your desire for an explanation. As I see it, the trouble began in January, shortly after we convinced your son to seek treatment for substance abuse. Newly sober, I believe Lewis first noticed the monotony of his daily life. He kept working at the cannery, but he withdrew part of himself. In our sessions, I saw the same behavior.
Okay.
His mind began to wander.
Oh, wow.
I asked him to describe it. He said he started small.
Okay, I'm gonna see. I wanna see what I can do.
Imagine
okay, same place.
He'd feel his way about.
Okay, it's a labyrinth.
And something moved.
So he's maladaptive dreaming, basically.
Bats. And toads.
Okay. I would, like, slice my hand. Oh my gosh.
And things that have not names. He knew it was all in his head. But he took it very seriously.
Oh my gosh.
I had hoped he'd find himself.
Okay. Okay.
But he found something more.
Okay, now it became 3D.
I worried about him then.
Now I know what's wrong. Remember how I said that the castle looked familiar? And I was like, I couldn't place why the castle looked familiar. It's the same design as Milton's castle.
Daydreaming at the cannery.
This is exactly Milton's castle. Why is it Milton's castle?
But he said Lewis had become a model employee. Methodical, tireless.
It looks
focused.
exactly like Milton's stuff. Like his... Remember how I said there was a bunch of buildings that looked familiar? Those buildings look like this.
So I let him go on. I even encouraged him. It seemed very promising at first.
Oh
I told him
gosh.
he'd made a new friend.
Yeah, he's really maladaptive dreaming.
On the edge of a city he named Louis Topia. He built the city up slowly, brick by brick. Then he made musicians.
Made musicians. This looks exactly like Milton's
And songs
drawing.
to play. He talked about starting a band. And he was always humming something. Every day his imagination grew stronger. He no
I
longer
feel
spoke at the
that,
gallery.
like, maybe he knew something. Why do Milton and Lewis's deaths feel so connected?
Then one day it struck him.
He did say he felt bad about Milton.
Crowds.
Like, he was very guilty about Milton. And then he started having psychological problems after Milton. What if he knew how Milton died? You know what I mean? That would be a good explanation if he knew how did Milton die.
He held an election for mayor. And he won.
That reminds me of their room. Of the room that Dawn had. The flagpole, which they would have had to traverse down in order to
They begged
go.
him to stay.
Wait
but
a
his
minute.
mind was already wandering.
What if... What the hell's going on? My TV just, like... Somebody's AirPlay is, like, glitching out on my thing. I can't... I'm like, somebody accidentally... Okay. Okay, let's go back. So, I think what's happening, right? We're going backwards into the house. He's going through how did where did he lose Milton? In my opinion.
He'd conquer a city, then immediately push on.
This could be the corridor that they have to, like, go and hide through. Right? The part that you have to squeeze through in order to get through, like, Sam's room.
Drifting away from our reality.
Because it's creating the same thing. You're doing the same thing as when you're crawling. In terms of, like, the gameplay.
Even as his mother pleaded with him, part of Lewis kept sailing on.
Like... There was a doorway.
He heard rumors of a...
He had heard rumors, I would say, of a queen. I'm gonna say of a queen because that was the
queen.
So he heard rumors of somebody in the life.
The Queen was on her own quest for...
Let me see. Give myself a second. So, what could be the thing that he heard rumors of a queen? The only one I would think of, right? It has to be someone where we don't know who he was. Who they were, right? He heard rumors. I'm gonna say sinister serpents.
Sinister serpents.
Yeah. This is very interesting. Okay.
He followed the sound of her...
Followed the sound of her... Why is it electric? I'm gonna go this way.
Electric sitar.
There's something off about this part. There's something off about this part.
His chase led him to a golden palace east of the sun and west of the moon.
So if I had to guess...
Even then, his logic remained sound.
So if we're going with the theory, right, that literally we're going through the way that let's say Lewis knew where Milton was going and it was with him the day he died, right? Let's say they're going through the secret corridors. They go down, right? They leave Sam's house. The one thing I would think would happen, they would leave Sam's house, but Sam, it was odd because it seemed like there was something hidden in there. Like there wasn't anything to look for. And there was a gate that we saw that we didn't actually see. So either they went through the doorway or there's a secret thing in Sam's room that we, as Edith, don't know about. But Lewis did. And Milton did. Right? So that's what I'm thinking. Right? We as Edith don't know about it, but Milton did. And then where I would think is that since the doors weren't sealed up, right? They didn't seal everything up yet. You would go through, and since the first door goes through Molly, basically we're going through Molly. So if you remember,
in his imagination.
With Molly, we took... Okay, so with Molly, I don't care if the fish pile up.
He's so proud of having created it.
So if we remember what we did in Molly's room. Molly's room, how we got from, we went from Molly, and then Molly had a secret door, if I remember correctly, that went into Barbara's room. It went into Barbara's room, and we turned left through the closet.
In his own eyes, he'd become something greater than a king.
Then,
For someone who'd never known success in the real world, I think it was overwhelming.
we're going through a long
And then it
passage.
struck him that the real Lewis was not the one chopping salmon, but the one climbing the steps of a golden palace.
Nope. So we're climbing the steps, right? Here's my thinking, right? So we got on... this reminds us of the long thing that we had to go down so that way we could turn into Barbara's room. So... we go into Barbara's room. Then there must be something after this that we climb up. Because my theory, this is how they went. How it went.
My imagination is as real as my body, he told me.
Because we go from Barbara to Calvin's room, if I remember correctly.
It was hard to argue with him.
Because this is Milton's. Like I said, this is Milton's, like, fortress. And it's an allegory for the fact that Milton knew the passageways. So, okay, so, as a debrief, we went into Barbara's. Then that took us to Calvin and Walter's room, if I remember correctly. If it took us either... So there must be an extra passageway in one of those rooms. Like, if I had to guess, right?
He began to forget the world we know.
Because there's something, like I said. So, then there's... So, you go up... You up, so that indicates you go up through Walter. No. So you go up to Walter because there was a sketchy section that you couldn't connect to. So you go through Walter, you go through there, go down this long stretch, right? That will take you up, which makes sense.
Him to remember Lewis, the cannery worker.
Which absolutely makes sense.
He began to despise the man with a royal contempt.
You see everything? Over here? Why can't we walk over here? Why wouldn't you put it on rails? If you could not theoretically look at this area. Right? There's a reason you can look out on this area. There's something here. Yeah, he's long gone.
I still thought I could save him. Even after he said he was being crowned king over all the lands of wonder.
Mm-hmm.
The palace would be packed with his companions.
Packed with his companions. Library. Like I said, it would make sense. He would drop into the library.
Including the wise
'cause that's where...
who'd insisted on advising
Okay.
him.
I'm gonna test something, right? So the drill is that the last section, right, is we have to look through the keyhole of the library. But if we look through the keyhole of the library, it doesn't make sense, right? So, I'm gonna try seeing if maybe
his crown.
there's something here
There was only one thing
in
left to do.
Walters. Again. Same exact.
Bend down his head.
Because it's sketchy. Like I said.
And the rest I think you know. Mrs. Finch, your son was a kind man who will be missed by all of us who knew him.
Like I said, I think there is a way to get there.
My brother was really cool. I wish you could have met him.
Gun.
He was so proud of being Indian. I think for him, it was a way to be something other than just a Finch.
Okay, so I'm gonna go through the window first. I want to see if there's two different ways to... If it's two ways to get there... No. I made the mistake. I want to see if there's two ways to get to the same place. Or if it in fact... You see, is it... Ah, it's broken right there. Why? You have to go through the other way. And then it's her room.
On the way back from Lewis's funeral, my mom told me to start packing. She waited until the day before we left to tell Edie. I'm not sure if she wanted to make it easier or harder. I wish we'd stayed.
Missing. Missing.
But I understand why we left.
Yeah, she definitely took everything. This conveys she took everything from the fridge as well. So she had enough time to leave as well.
My mom ended up leaving everything behind.
Yeah, she was trying to sell her own curriculum. It's her bedroom.
What happened that night had been coming for a long time. Maybe it should have come sooner.
So Edith, you go up here.
But it had to end one way or another. All that's left now is to tell you about that last night.
I think he died in the library is where he died.
That whole last day, Edie just watched us pack and didn't say a word. Until supper, when she raised her glass and said,
"To our final night together, and all our final nights apart."
Grandma, you know what I said about alcohol. Some of your medications are
Edith,
very
I
specific.
left a present for you in the hallway. Why don't you go open it? The grown-ups have to argue now.
I'm sorry, you're right. We're all leaving tomorrow. Let's just enjoy our
I'm
last...
not leaving.
Edith, you're excused.
Yeah, because that's insinuating that she's gonna kill Edith that night. I think this is our only shot. I think this is our only shot if we know how it went.
the power had been shut off that morning, but Edie always had plenty of candles. When my mom said the library, I don't think she knew about the other entrance.
I'm trying to see if there's a way to get it in, or if this is truly on rails. Because it's the idea, right? of, like, as long as you memorize how the house goes, right? You can technically get away with, like, getting there, right? So this is the music box. That's that. We can't go over there. So yeah, it is on rails. Because you would go up here, and that would take you to... Oh, man. I just wanted to see.
Key to it.
The thing you're afraid of isn't going to end when you leave the house.
I'm right. Right there. Right there. Right fucking there. You see that, you guys? I was right. You drop down into the library. This was where Milton got in.
Edith has a right to know these stories.
My children are dead because of your stories.
Let me see. Looks like someone was sleeping here. Let's see. Junior Bell. I'm looking very closely at everything because I'm trying to dissect everything.
I think it's best if Edith and I leave tonight.
Book of Sand, Alf, Library of Babel. All of these. Somebody's football helmet. Again. Flowers for India. Made of meat. Oh, I get it now. All of these book stacks, right, are relating to some... relating to the generations of the family, right? They're all relating to the family and who was around, right? Viking belly, raw fowl, sublime supper, all of these are all cooking related. They're all stuff related to somebody that's hungry. Shellfish, pastries. They're all related to each person. Even the father that died. Sanji. But yeah, that's how Milton got in. Milton did die in the library. I'm on point. Oh.
The nursing home send a van for you in the morning. Okay?
Cross Creek. Raw. Bed of sand. I'm not gonna click on it yet. Valhall, Odin, Field. The hours. That spaceship. This door is a little sus because we haven't seen this door. I'm not gonna touch that yet. It looks like someone's been staying in here. If I'm not mistaken, it looks like someone's staying in here. Like... And I doubt it's Edie. I wish I could jump in here. Because this is a bed. This is absolutely a bed. Someone's staying here because that's a lit candle. That's a lit candle. Someone's staying in here. Milton might be still alive. That or Milton is... That would only... Milton's the only one that would make sense. Because Edith's not staying here. Edie's definitely not because she has her own room. Right? She says that her grandmother's room wasn't sealed up till after she died. So whose bed is this? Like, whose bed is this? Because it can't be any of them. Let me see. Let's go. Let's look at the family tree. Right? The only one. So Sanji died. Kay went mad. Sven died. All of these, right? And Edie died, right? Edie died. Who? Like, who's staying here? Like, they have a radio, they have a flashlight, they have all of this stuff. And I'm not saying that Edie couldn't stay here. But in my opinion, right? It seems weird when you have a bedroom up top. Right? I don't want to click on this right away, but I think this is the last thing I gotta do.
Dear Edith, there's so many stories I wish I could tell you, but there's only time for one. This is about what
Ooh, it's not
happened
her
on the night
handwriting.
you were born. That night, the tide went way, way out. It was the first and last time I ever saw the old house aground.
Okay, I'm just gonna look around because I know what the game wants me to do. So this is Fallen. And even the totem pole is messed up because look at them. They're all representations of everybody that died. Like, it's Molly, then it's everyone who was of that lineage. Molly being at the top. I'm looking very carefully. Because I'm trying to make sure I don't miss a detail.
God, it smelled awful. You know, I've seen that house every day of my life.
This looks like the part of a dock. Now this part looks like it's on rails.
But I never thought I'd go back to it. When the fog rolled in, I lost my way. I got turned around.
Waiting. There. So it should be... We should be back. We should be. Okay. I think we're back. Let me see how everything's doing. Oh, wow. Something happened. I don't know. Let me see. Where is it? Okay. Alright, so I think everything is back. Okay. So let's get back into it. Let's get back into the game.
Things I'd forgotten had ever existed.
Okay.
But when I saw them, they felt like old friends. That night, a lot of things came back to me.
Okay.
Maybe I came back to them.
And this is where she's about to, like, close the book on this thing.
Things I can't explain, but that I need you to try and...
Edith, what are you doing in here?
It's mine.
Edith!
Mom, you're gonna rip it! Let go! I kicked and screamed, but Mom dragged me to the car.
Yeah. I think that's for the best. I think Edith... she was gonna kill Edith. She was...
saw Great-Grandma Edie again.
Edie was gonna kill you that night, buddy. I think your mom made the best decision.
The band came to pick her up, but she was already gone.
Yeah.
After that, we moved around a lot.
You didn't know, but you were the final girl.
I tried to make the best of it. A few years went by. My mom didn't like to talk about it, but she started getting sick a lot.
Well, that's not great.
The rest happened pretty quickly.
Yeah, that sounds like it.
She got better for a while, and then she didn't. And then I was alone. The last Finch left alive.
My controller feels like something's wriggling in my hands.
I found out about you. I'm still not sure what to tell you about all this.
Okay.
If we lived forever, maybe we'd have time to understand things. But as it is, I think the best we can do is try to open our eyes. And appreciate how strange and brief all of this is.
Wait, are we getting birthed?
This journal was supposed to be for you.
Are we getting birthed?
But now I hope you'll never see it.
Oh, wow. We are.
I just want to meet you and tell you all these stories myself. But I guess if you're reading this now,
you're dead.
Things didn't work out that way.
Yeah, that definitely didn't work out that way. Oh, wow, we got birthed. Okay.
This is where your story begins. I'm sorry I won't be there to see it. It's a lot to ask, but I don't want you to be sad that I'm gone. I want you to be amazed that any of us ever had a chance to be here at all. Good luck.
Yeah. She died. And the house is still there. Oh gosh. But I like the movie, the game. The game was really good. And like I said, like, personally, let me go into just chatting. Personally, like I said, I think that the game is fine. I think it's fine. I do think it's, like I said, there's a lot more going on with the story than it lets on. Like, the stories have a lot going on. And I don't think all of them were true, per se. Like I said, I think there's something to it. To a theory of, like, these are definitely, like, something wrong with it, right? Like, Edie, like, definitely Edie, like, murdered them. That's expected, right? In my opinion. But the other thing that I think is happening, like I said, is that the stories are, like I said, are very fabricated or changed. And then there's something mysterious about it. I don't, like, see Joanne's name in the credits. Oh, wow. That's an achievement. Wow. I think that there's something to it, that there's something more to it going on. And I do believe Gregory, like, not Greg, Gus, Milton died. Lewis knew how Milton died. Knew something about it, right? Because it's a weird coincidence that his dream reality happened to be, like, something that Milton built, right? And came up with. And that all of it kind of was, like, told you their pathway. Like, it kind of, everything was, like, very familiar to the layout of the house. So in my opinion, I do believe that they literally made it to the library. They made it to the library. Milton saw something he was not supposed to see. Edie made sure he did not say what he saw. Right? I think that's something that happened. Lewis probably turned back. Right? I think that's why I think Lewis never questioned, like Lewis in his mind was already, like, Milton's dead. In his mind. Right? And he was taking it harder. But I think that later that probably what happened is eventually Edie figured out that Lewis knew something, like, absolutely knew something, and then may have done something to make sure that he never spoke up about it. I feel like that's what happened. Right? He made it to the library. Like, that's what I think happened. He made it to the library. That's the only thing I'm sure of. Right? I'm absolutely sure of. Because the layout was too similar. And the replay a story option is now available. So, wait. Replayed a story. So basically, it allows you to dissect further if you want to. What does this do? Interesting. You know what's weird? I'm gonna show you something that's weird about the replay a story thing. And I'll know if people have touched upon it. But I feel that there's something to this, because why? I'm gonna show you what happens every single time you go and you do this, right? You hover over anybody else and nobody else's stories pop up. But when I hover over Dawn, or if I hover over Edie, it's chosen. It's either Dawn or Edie, which is weird. Let's see. I want to see what happens when you do either of them. Is it that because theirs are connected, there's no way of choosing one without the other? That's my question. I just want to figure it out. Like, if it amounts to nothing, I would rather
just watched us pack and didn't say a word. Until supper, when she raised her glass and said,
"To our final night together. And
Yeah.
all our final nights apart."
Grandma, you know what I said about alcohol. Some of your medications are
Edith,
very
I
specific.
left a present for you in the hallway. Why don't you go open it? The grown-ups have to argue now.
I'm sorry, you're right. We're all leaving tomorrow. Let's just enjoy our
I'm not leaving.
Edith, you're excused.
maybe it's forcing you to look back at this moment. So we know that Grandma was planning on dying because she's taking alcohol, so that way
had been shut off that morning, but
her
Edie
medicines
always had
mess her
plenty of
up,
candles.
right?
When my mom sealed the library, I don't think she knew about the other entrance. Or that Edie had a key to it.
With better insight. True, but the big deal to me is
That thing you're afraid of isn't going to end when
I
you
want to
leave the
see
house.
if there's something different. Worst case scenario, it is like the same thing. It's like I said, this still gets me. Who is sleeping here?
Edith has a right to know these stories.
My children are dead because of your stories. I think it's best if Edith and I leave tonight. We'll have the nursing home send a van for you in the morning. Okay?
Okay.
Dear Edith, there's so many stories I wish I could tell you, but there's only time for one. This is about what happened on the night you were born.
Okay.
That night,
I'm gonna
the
go a
tide
different
went
way.
Way out. It was the first and last time I ever saw the old house aground.
I didn't go this way, so I want to see it going this way. Does it do anything? So I want to see if maybe there's something that I didn't see. Because there has to be a reason for a chapter replay, right? The whole point, yes, is to get a better insight, but like, if you're gonna do a chapter replay, right? Why can't I go up here? right? Why am I able to explore? Is my big question. What's so important about this area that we're not... What's so important about this area? Like I said, there's something to this, and I don't quite know what. I'm just trying to see. Like I said, if it plays through the same, then it plays through the same. But I want to see if there's something to it. Because it's such a weird thing that theirs are one together, but also why is Edie highlighted in red, but Dawn's isn't?
God, it smelled awful. You know, I've seen that house every day of my life.
I'm gonna go this way.
But I never thought I'd go back to it. When the fog rolled in, I lost my way. I got turned around.
Okay, let's go the opposite way that I went last time. Just want to see if it's truly that.
For a while, I wondered. I started seeing things. Things I'd forgotten had ever existed. But when I saw them, they felt like old friends. Or maybe I came back to them.
Let me see. I just want to make sure.
Things I can't explain, but that I need you to try and...
Edith, what are you doing in here?
It's mine.
Edith!
Mom, you're gonna rip it. Let go! I kicked and screamed, but Mom dragged me to the car, and I never saw Great Grandma Edie again.
Okay, so I guess...
The next morning, the van came to pick her up, but she was already
Okay,
gone.
so I'm guessing, yeah, it's the same thing. But I had to check.
After that, we moved around a lot.
I had to check.
We both tried to make the best of it.
I had to check, but I'm glad I checked. Because worst case scenario, right, it was a hidden thing. But I think that's what it is for today. I had so many theories. We'll see, you know, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. You know, I think I gave you guys enough to chew on. Because You know, if I come up with cool theories, might as well. You know. I think that's for it for today's live stream. I think that I'm going to try to test a new stream schedule. Because I'm trying to, like I said, I'm trying to take it easy on myself for the next, you know, couple of days. As I, you know, get back into content creation. So I think what I'm going to do, I've been doing this anyways. I'm probably going to try to move things to either I'll do a Tuesday stream instead of a Monday stream, or two. The other thing I thought of is just go live on Tuesdays and Saturdays. That's the other thing I thought of. Just until, you know, I'm acclimated again. Like, I'm a little more acclimated and everything's fine. You know, because like I said, I'm trying to prioritize my well-being a little bit. So I think I'm not going to do a Monday stream. I'll be back for Little Misfortune on Thursday. And then, like I said, you guys, we are not doing, I'm going to try to do stuff that I already own for a little bit till I have enough money to pay for new games. Because like I reminded you guys, I cannot afford like 100 million games right now. So I'm only going to do whatever's in my itinerary or whoever sends me a game. So that's really what's going to happen right now. So yeah, so we got one game down in my like thing. I have a couple of other games that I'll do, and the games that we didn't do today, we'll probably do them another day. Hey Tova. Welcome. How you doing? How we doing? Are we having a good holiday season? Yo, I hope you are. I hope everybody's having a great holiday season. You know, I really do. How you doing? What's up? But yeah, so I'm thinking about doing is I'm probably going. I might not do a Monday stream. Like I said, if I'm going to get rid of any stream, it's probably going to be Monday, only because that way I can give myself time to go and heal and, you know, chill out. Oh, it's Iceman. Oh, it's just you. You're under a different name. Oh, okay. Okay, girly. Yeah. I haven't seen that one. That one's new. That one's a new one. I didn't see that one, so I was like, oh, that's different. You know. Wow. 5 people unsubscribed from me. What happened? Okay. Either I don't know what happened, but maybe I said something wrong. I don't know. But yeah, so I'm there's a likelihood I might do something on Monday. Yes, I'll drink. Yarg. Yes. Let me drink water. I might not do something on Monday. Like, we're gonna just play it Monday by ear. Because like I said, I'm trying to get myself, like, chilled out. Yeah, I've been playing Skyrim too much. Yeah, it's fine. But I think I'm trying to, like I said, I'm trying to take priority on my health and take priority on my mental health. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to give myself time this week. I'm going to test a 2-day stream schedule. Probably this week. Well, like I said, I'm playing Monday by ear. Maybe I might feel up to Monday, but Son went to get his rays back. Molten destroyed them because he paid for ransom. Okay. But yeah, but worst case scenario, like I said, we'll, you know, I'll just do a 2-stream schedule for a little bit, so that way I can just get myself back to you know, back to basics, back to, you know, how I am, you know, because I'm trying to, like I said, I'm trying to get everything done and trying to not drive myself crazy. And I think that's part of the reason why I think also it's how's cleaning game going. I finished it like 2 streams ago, maybe 1 stream ago. I did the last stream of that, so there's no more for now of Crime Scene Cleaner anymore. So I am planning on playing another game. I'm looking into what will be the game that will replace it temporarily. What will be the new replacement. So we'll see what it is. It, like I said, it will depend upon what do I have in my storage of backlog of games that I already own, 1, and 2, is it a cozy game that doesn't require too much effort? Because that's the whole reason why that game exists. It's a game where I can talk, I can chill, and there's not much going on. So because there's not much going on, it's scary. So it's a little scary, so it gives me enough to do, but it's not so much that it's like, oh my gosh, it's so overwhelming. You know what I mean? Like, it's a low stress game. And I like to pair a low stress option with a high stress option, so that way we're balanced and I'm not going crazy, right? And so right now, here's your qualities. What's your qualities? I don't know what that means, but that's what I do. I pair a low stress option with the high stress option, and then I will put maybe a high stress, but it's like a one-off game in between, or it will be like low stress but one-off. I try to balance it like that, where that way I have, like, you know, order with it. But I'm working on it. How many games do you have on that list? A lot. It's about like 70, I think. 70. And then that's not including the stuff I have on my pre-approved list for all the games I have sponsorships with. That I just have to click and get the Steam key, and redeem it. So, hey Webmaster, welcome. Can we roll a dice? Not in this chat, but you can flip a coin. I do have a option for you to flip a coin. A command to flip a coin. It's in my about menu. Molten hid sun rays under floor via trapdoor because he did it to entertain the audience. I don't know what that means. You're speaking in riddles, man. But yeah, so I have a lot of games at my disposal. There's actually a couple of I'm pre-approved for redeeming their Steam keys for sponsorships that I actually am pretty excited about, that I'm planning on playing. Why not pick the top 5 you need to do and make a pool? That's the idea. I'm probably, like I said, the only reason why I'm trying not to do something crazy like a spin wheel or something like that, because these games do have varying levels of, like, stress. So that's why I'm trying to, like, keep it chill. And some of them are series games. So I could do, like, something like a BioShock. That's one thing. Or I have another game. Yeah, like I said, I have a lot of sponsors. Yeah. But I have, like, stuff like BioShock in there. I have, like, stuff for, like, Undertale. Hey, Kitsu, welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Welcome. We're just chatting about the games that I have in my storage that I have as, you know, pre-approved like sponsorships, and then I also have them like Steam keys that I've bought previously on sale when I had more money that I could use. Like I also have Hollow Knight. That's another one that the cheese. I have Hollow Knight. That's another one I thought about. I don't have Silk Song though. I don't have Silk Song. So we'll see. We'll see. I would do Undertale. The only problem with Undertale is I only get a window that's the size of a tiny like taskbar. So the window, I cannot adjust it to be any bigger than a tiny taskbar like size menu. So I can't even see the text inputs. That's the only reason why I don't like doing Undertale. Which one is it? Hollow Knight is a long game. It is, but I don't mind a long game as long as it's it's like Hollow Knight I'll probably do in place of playing like FNAF. I could probably do that. That way we can get it done. We can do Hollow Knight and then eventually get to Silk Song when I have more money. Because Hollow Knight will take long to get done. The other thing I thought I have in my disposal is I have the Amnesia games. I have almost all the Amnesia games. I also have those. So I have the ability to play Amnesia. What else? I have a couple of new indie horrors that just came out that I have in my disposal. Yeah, it's about 40 to 50. Yeah, I know it is. It's gonna be as long as it took for me to do Bendy Lone Wolf. I do believe that. It's gonna be as hard or harder, and it's gonna take probably as long as that one took because of the fact that it's a hard game. But I'm open to it. And there's a couple of other games that I'm open to. I'm also gonna ask my brothers to help me do a rig possibly to do maybe a Nintendo, because I do have a Nintendo Switch. I have a Nintendo Switch. For those of you who don't know, I do own one. And my brothers have been dying for me to play Nintendo games. But but what I will say is that you guys got to be okay with like opening it up to me playing something not scary. Like, I love scary games. I like horror games. We might have to open it up to maybe something like a Zelda, or maybe open it up to Pokemon. Which, like I said, I'm open to doing. Only if you guys are okay with that option. Only do the story. It's 35 hours. I was only gonna do the story anyways. Like, maybe some side stuff. Like, the only thing I will say, Zelda, I'm a side quester to hell. I'm one of those people that will just continue side questing and never complete Ganon. Never, like, kill Ganon. I'll just continue to let the world rot. The world will die as Ganon is getting stronger. I've killed all the Ganon, guardians, but of course, I'm just like, nah, I got side quests to complete. That's my thing. That's what I do often. So I'm gonna open it up. I think eventually I'm gonna open it up to other games that I have at my disposal, only because of the fact that we do need to keep the cost down for these. Just for a little while because of the bills I have to pay to set up things for the channel. Just saying, the bots disagree on the coin flip. How many chats are there? What are these people at? I have, I'm multi-streamed. So I have people in the vertical chat, I have people in Twitch, and I have people in horizontal chat on YouTube. So I have multiple people here. The Hollow Knight and Zelda is your heaven. Yes. Like I said, I'm a side quester to hell. I side quest because I am more interested in other people. This is why I suck at Genshin Impact. Because Genshin Impact, I am a sucker for the side quest. And Genshin Impact has so many side quests that you could side quest till, like, for forever and never go and do the main story. And, you know, for me, that's what ends up happening all the time with Genshin Impact. You guys don't know. When I do something like Genshin Impact, I don't leave the area till I've finished all the side quests in that region. Unless there's a time-specific reason. Like, it wouldn't make sense, like, if, like, I decided to do all the side quests in one bout. Like, their time has to expire in order for it to be like, oh yeah, the whole city changed while you were in Inazuma. You know, that would make sense, right? That would be my reason, you know, to, like, go back. But I'm one of those people where I will just continue doing it. It's gotta be some obsessive disorder. I don't know. Like the side quester to heaven disorder, you know, is what it should be called. Like, we'll do any side quests. Then ESO is not good for you. Yeah. Like I said, I avoid main stories. I am someone that will continue. But I'm open, like I said, I'm open to expanding out of my niche eventually. That's the idea. I'll eventually expand a little bit more. Like, I want to get into the Resi games. Like, I do plan to eventually do shooter games. I do plan to do those. I do plan to, you know, I'm open to doing a lot of different games. Like, there's some funky games that I'm like, oh, those would be super cool. Or I get sponsorships from games that are not horror games. Like, you know how many sponsorships I get because you guys are chaotic? I get a lot of sandbox games because you guys are chaotic and they're thinking, oh yeah, you would be so perfect for doing like a chaos build in one of our sandboxes. You know, like that. I get a lot of those. It's to a very laughable degree. I had one where it was like I forgot the name, but it was crazy. Elder Scrolls 1 has about a 1,000 side quests. Yeah, but I don't know if I'm ready to make this a Elder Scrolls like channel. If I do the side quest, just know that will be one of the main ones for a long time, and we will not get to a lot of these things. That's why I'm trying to get to those smaller games first before we do something like an Elder Scrolls or stuff like that, because I know the minute I get into something like an Elder Scrolls or Elder Scrolls, we're gonna be in Elder Scrolls for forever. That's why I was also like how I was with FNAF. With FNAF, I was like, we're gonna be in FNAF for a while. So I have those games. Let me read off some other ones I have on my Steam list. I think I have my Steam list public as well. Because I'm required to have it public since I'm a streamer. Let me see. Let me go to my library. I think your thing has some kinks loose. Really? Let me see. So, here are some other things I have here that are not part of the games I've played on stream. category. So, I have... Did you ever get all the endings in FNAF? No, I did not. I didn't even finish FNAF 2. I didn't even finish it. Because I had to make a judgment call on how many streams realistically it would take for me to get the ending of FNAF. And I had to basically be like, we might not get an ending for FNAF. We will be doing FNAF for forever if I don't go and cut it off here. And the only other reason why I was fine with that, with cutting off FNAF 2, is technically we got all the mini games, and we are going to go back to FNAF 2 and FNAF 4 and all of that, because we are going to do FNAF AR. So, because we're going to go back to them in FNAF AR, I just decided, you know what, we'll just come back to this during FNAF AR, and that'll be okay. You know what I mean? So, I do have escape memoirs, Lovers in a Dangerous Space-Time, Mandaganon, Our Life Beginning and Always, Post Mouse, Such Art, Tell Me Why, which was on the list of winter games. The only reason why I didn't do it was it was giving me flashbacks to when I played Bloom and Rage, and I did not want it to have issues. FNAF AR does not exist anymore, unfortunately. That's fine. It would be really hard to stream FNAF AR anyways, so I think it was fine leaving it alone. Beacon Pines, Ariao, Bendy and the Dark Revival, which I think that's what we'll be playing next, after Misfortune, is Bendy and the Dark Revival, because since I own it, and we need to finish Bendy anyways, I was thinking that's what we're going to be doing in January. Close to the Sun, Cornium, Cooking Companions, Dragoon, Dark Memories Prologue, obviously, Dark Synchronicity, Tomorrow Comes Today, Decay the Mar, Director's Disorder, ENA Dream Barbecue, which we almost played last year, but it glitched out so hard I could not open the game. Yeah, it is. That's why FNAF 2 was RNG hell. We finished night 4, but I just couldn't get through night 5. That was just what I couldn't do. So I think that that's why we're gonna go back to it when it's the VR version. Then there's Fear Neighbors, The Sick Colleague, Escape Room, Fear the Time Loop, which I've been wanting to play, but I haven't gone around to it, Floating Life Record, Fazbear Pizza Simulator, I have, because it was free, a game about digging holes, I have, Grandma Hollow, which I almost played when I first started this channel, and I only opted out of the game last minute. Inside, Introvert, a Teenage Simulator, Last Seen Online, Limbo, Low Nightmares Enhanced Edition. You need to trim those eyebrows. No, I don't. No, I don't need to trim those eyebrows. No. My eyebrows are fine. My eyebrows are totally fine. I'm not gonna have those Instagram girl eyebrows. Me side, missing messages, sticker book. We aren't doing, even though I own this one, we're never doing Nightmare Cart. Because I tried to play Nightmare Cart just to test it out, and my eyes kept on bugging out. Porcelain Tales, Ravenous Devils was another one that I almost played when I started the channel. They are a little bushy. Hey, I leave them alone. Leave them alone. I can't grow my eyebrows, okay? My eyebrows, if I cut them, they stay the same. They don't grow new hair. I got the Twilight problem of a face. Shady Part of Me, Silver Chain, Slenderman, Soma, Song of Horror, Stasis, Summer of 58, The Supper, Tales of Hoyabuchu, Forest, Tatari, The Arrival, Terrace to Unveil Intrusion, Thanatos, Undertale, Unheard Voices of Crime, Vanifericium, We Happy Few, We Were Here, White Shadows. We're not doing Wounded because the I did play Wounded and I didn't realize that the main antagonist and enemy of the game is naked. So you can figure out I could not play it on YouTube. What did I say? What did I say that was wrong? Oh no. What did I mispronounce and then people are gonna be saying I mispronounced? Hopefully this is not the vase incident again. Hopefully it's not. Ethereal State, Find, Love or Die Trying, Gomo, High on Life, Journey of Roach, Monster Prom 2, Monster Prom 3, Ninja Kiwi Archive, which is a bunch of games, Nova Heart, The Spark, Purgatory Machina. There's Yandere games? I only got them because they were good reviewed. 2 Point Hospital. Thank you. Thank you. I love the compliments. The Were Cleaner, Where the Dragon Spirits, Amnesia the Machine of the Pigs, Amnesia the Dark Descent, Aperture Desk Job, BioShock Remastered, BioShock 2 Remastered, BioShock Infinite, Bird, Gut, Cloud Climber, Control Ultimate Edition, Crack the Cryptic, Cube Escape Paradox, Cult of Lamb, Dead Space, Dead Space 2, Dead Space 3, Disney's Dreamlight Valley, but I will not be playing that on here. Let's see, Evil Within, Fran Bow, House of Da Vinci, How We Got Here, Last Broadcast, Last Campfire, Anoki, Origin Unknown, Outlast, yes, definitely that is on the list, but the only reason why I held off is that I want to play it when I have crowd control. Because when you play with crowd control, you guys can control the characters, the cultists. That's the reason why I want to hold off on Cult of Lamb till I can have crowd control as a mod. Because then you guys can mess around with the cultists. And I can roll to see which one of you gets named the cultist. And I found that out as a feature, and I want that as a feature for you guys. So I want to play the game with you. So I'm waiting for when I have the ability to play the game with you. DDLC ripoff where you get trapped in a dating sim. Ooh, okay. Blasphemous. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. But I remember, remember you guys that anything that you like recommend, I like can't afford. You want to sacrifice us? Who said I'm sacrificing you? If you're a willing sacrifice, I will. You know, that's but like the whole point of it is that you guys get to play with me, and that's why I want to do it. The room 2, I've played the room, but the room 2, the room 3, the room 4, Samsara, room, The Sims, which I don't plan on playing. I don't have any DLC, so it's basically like bare bones. Slime Rancher, let's see, Subnautica I have. Subnautica, Summerland, Tuconi, Prologue. I also have Beat Saber, but that one's tricky. Kaisu. Museum of Other Realities. I have also Power Beats, Ragnarok, and O-Shape. And then Hollow Knight, of course. Florence, Influent, Little to the Left, Palia, which that one's like, it's fantasy, kind of open world fantasy, but I was like, I don't know. Planet Coaster, Planet Zoo. I have a lot of DLCs for Planet Zoo. I got really into Planet Zoo at one point. Rocksmith, obviously. Copycat. Cheap Car Repair Demo. 1,000 Cuts, Jomaku. The Tenants, Thief Simulator, and Unpacking. Those are all that I have in my inside of my I'm gonna say inventory, but no, inside of my Steam library. So that's all the games you guys can have me play in my Steam library, assuming there's not a free game out there that you guys can recommend me. Which there is one that I thought of playing, which is called Moral Dilemma: The Interview, and that one's basically Fig Stanley's Parable. It's like someone trying to do Stanley's Parable, basically. So I thought of that. There's a couple of games out there that I'm like, ooh, I kind of want to play. Buddy Dot, Storyteller Tree. Okay, but yeah, so those are all the games that I have in my library, not including the ones I'm pre-approved. So those are all the ones I have pre-approved for like a sponsorship or stuff like that. So we might go and play one of those games. So I'll probably like I'll probably do it. Like I said, my goal of this year is try to get through some of that list without paying as much money for new games, which I kind of did this year, but I did have to pay money for the FNAF games. So because this year I'm referencing the Tales for the Pizzaplex trilogy. I get it. How about Andre, the stick? You mean Henry the Stickman? I do have it with the Kiwi archive. So with the Kiwi archive, all the Flash games that we played when we were younger, I have all of those. All 300 of them. So even though, yes, I just listed a lot of names of games, inside the Kiwi archive, I also have games that we haven't played in a long time, like about 300 of the Flash games. So I might do like a thing where we go and we play a bunch of Flash games just to play them. And that might be what we do for a minute. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out where we want to go with this channel. In terms of like expansion. Like I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with the channel in terms of expansion, other than the fact I'm going to be posting reaction videos. Because I'm planning on posting reaction videos. And those are going to require editing. Because I obviously can't react to it live, because if I reacted to it live, then we would literally not get a chance to, like, if I reacted to it live, we would literally get copyright striked. So I'm gonna have to do it as like a reaction video type situation. And I'll probably do, like, I'm coming up with some things where I can like look at other people's videos or stuff like that, and not in a way where we're looking at them and making fun of their videos, or like hee, they're bad, you know, like I want to do it similar to like a meme time, or like, oh, look at some TikToks I actually like, you know what I mean, like what Jacksepticeye used to do a little bit. But that's the idea. But like I said, I'm trying to ease myself back into like full content creation. So like I said, we're playing Monday by ear. Worst case scenario, Monday won't happen. But make sure you have your notifications turned on. Thank you for giving me a like. Make sure you have your notifications are turned on. And if you're not subscribed to me, why aren't you? Why aren't you subscribed? Like, do you not like the chaos? Do you not like seeing my beautiful face and joking with me? You know? But that's the idea. But I will see you guys another time. And bye, you guys. Bye! Let me put my wavy hands. Where's my waving hands? Waving hands! Waving hands. Waving hands. Dancing hands. We're waving goodbye. We're waving goodbye. And I will try to get a bunch of stuff done. Hopefully I can. Bye. Bye, you guys. Bye.